so we are live. Anyway, I was just saying to Corbin, I live in Oregon, which most people would think is, and they would be right to say, it's a very scenic state. Tons and tons of trees and grass, and it's a beautiful place, and sort of. But oh my god, if you live in certain parts of Oregon, it is the most boring to look at. It's like, hey, look over there. It's a hill that's like wouldn't be ideal to climb. It's not really that pretty, but like it's pretty in person, but it's not like photogenic. It's really dull looking when you're just looking at it through a camera, or just in general. Like there's not much there unless you go to places like that are specifically beautiful places. So it's like doing a drone review here is that it's both great and terrible all at once. You really have to go places, like at least from where I am. I think the nearest place that would be considered reasonably scenic, I'd probably have to drive at least 45 minutes to get to.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah. No, it is sort of one of those things you have to. I think that's sort of like a lot of the other hobbies that are on the edge of being a profession. Like it's
yeah.
I think it's hard to get things hooked. Like, yeah, there's a lot of other cases like this where it's almost like a job to understand it and keep up with new stuff. But yeah.
You mean like being interested in smartphones?
Yeah. And you, before the stream, you were asking about why OnePlus is kind of sucking these days. And
I mean, I didn't phrase it that way. That's your phrasing. I just want that to be clear, because go on.
And it's just like a combination of things. Over the past like year or so, their updates have really been slipping. Like they'll have releases that are very small rollouts before they find some massive bug in it, and they have to do a redo on like a month later. That's not like uncommon, especially with smartphones. Like that's why we have staged rollouts. So, if something bad happens, it only affects 5% of people, not 100%.
Yeah.
But that's been happening a lot. Their security updates have been abysmal. All their phones except the OnePlus 8 Pro are on bi-monthly updates, which is not great, but whatever. But those bi-monthly updates usually still come a month after Pixels for that month. Like if Pixels are updated on March 1st, OnePlus phones will usually get it on like the 20th or 25th, or sometimes like a couple days into the next month, which is really bad. And I believe most of their phones are still waiting on Android 11. I know they updated the current Pro, and then like their OnePlus 8, and then I think the 7T, which is like their one gen behind, and I think the Nord, but all their other budget phones, I believe, are still waiting for Android 11, and anything older than like 1.5 years, 2 years ish. So they're not doing great.
Yeah, I mean, okay, when you had made the earlier comment, the impression I got was that people were, or that your comment was aimed more at how people were perceiving OnePlus rather than what their update behavior was. Which, well, I mean, I agree, their update behavior it's not what it was.
Yeah, well, the updates is just sort of one. It's the factor that I pay the most attention to.
Yeah.
'Cause I do that roundup thing. Um, but I mean, besides that, their co-founder left. I think it was Pete. I think I can't remember his last name.
Peter Lau.
I think that was it. And they're sort of just they're releasing an astronomical amount of phones. You know, they just rewind to 3 years ago, they would only ever do one phone they would only sell one phone at a time, because they were like, oh, it costs more to have multiple phones in production, and you know, it's confusing, we don't want to do that. And then they started doing they'd have a phone and then the pro version, which fine, that's what basically everyone's doing. And now they have the base One Plus and then the Pro, and then they do a second revised version later in the year. So they're having they had 4 main phones in 2020. Minus whatever carrier. There were a couple carrier versions in there because 5G is making everything more complicated. And then they also started, I think they have 2 or 3 budget phones now that are just slightly changed Oppo budget phones, which I'm sure are getting even worse updates. But I haven't looked.
I mean, that would be the safe bet.
Yeah, that's how everyone goes. Go down the price ladder, you get worse support. So yeah, they're really trying to do the ecosystem thing that everyone else is doing, but I don't think they're doing it well. Samsung has been really trying to expand outside of smartphone. They started this process 10 years ago. They started building up their smart home stuff, and they've always made TVs and other things. OnePlus is trying to do that, but again, most of the non-smartphones are just slightly revised Oppo hardware.
Yeah,
I think the OnePlus Watch, I think Oppo had a almost identical version of that, and their health tracker, it's not really any better than all the other major ones. Someone at Android Police reviewed it who'd also tried the Mi Band, which is the global popular option in that price category or that product category, and they said it was worse than the Mi Band. So it's just they're trying to go in too many different directions, and they're not really good at any of them.
Yeah, that does have a way of happening with, I mean, really, we saw, sadly, I immediately think of HTC. There's probably no company that's a better example of trying to do too many of, sadly, the very worst possible things all at once.
I almost said Google, but then I thought, I was like, well, actually, the stuff Google makes that's not smartphones are sometimes better than their smartphones. The hardware, their Chrome, depending on your opinion of Chrome OS, the Chromebooks have been pretty highly praised. The smart speakers are pretty good. It's just when they make really weird stuff, like the earbuds that were not good.
Yeah, the Pixel Buds were a disaster, and I believe the second iteration of the Pixel Buds was pretty bad too. But the first thing that came to my mind was examples like the I mean, you could say the Google Home, which I think was overall pretty good, and then you had the Google Home Mini, which, I mean, come on,
everyone's got 5 of those things.
Well, not only does everyone have about 5 of them, but I mean, AP has an article about how the thing was triggering and effectively spying on people unintentionally, and there's no denying that was entirely just low hardware quality, just straight up manufacturing quality sucking, and a design that objectively wasn't that good either. So yeah, It's a company with a mixed bag of history. A few good things, a few bad things. And Cecil Donner brought up Chromecast. I would say Chromecast was objectively one of the worst, best things Google ever made.
Yeah, I really like the Chromecast in the years after it came out. Like I got a lot of use out of an OG Chromecast. Granted, I bought into it like just before they started the second gen, and then I had at least one of the second gen, and some others. But then I phased all of them out because something changed at some point, and I kept losing the ability to control them from anything. And it wasn't just an Android issue; it was also a iOS issue, because my mom would have the issue when she was trying to cast Netflix or something from her iPhone. Again, I don't. Maybe my network at the time had something to do with it, because that was bad. But like Chromecast should be able to handle occasional network blunders.
Yeah.
So I replaced those with Roku's, and then my TV that was not a smart TV finally died, unfortunately, in a power surge. So I have a smart TV now.
And actually, as I think about it, or rather as you bring it up, I gotta say the Chromecast and networking issues has been the oh my god problem. It never seems to go away or get right. I can't count how many times I've decided, hey, I've got this YouTube video sitting in my Chrome browser. I've had it open for 5 minutes or sometimes longer. And I'm just sitting there being like, when am I going to get a cast icon? When am I going to be able to send this to my TV? Or sometimes I have the cast icon, I click it, try to send it, and it's like, yeah, no, it's just not going to happen. And that bugs the crap out of me.
Yeah.
That is completely mind-blowingly unacceptable.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a weird mix. Plus, I feel like, and maybe this is an exaggeration, but I feel like Chromecast, all of them except the Ultra, and now I guess Chromecast with Google TV, otherwise more appropriately known as Sabrina, because that's the better name. Outside of those two, I feel like all the other Chromecasts have kind of now become obsolete. And I obviously, like, this is a weird and very dumb opinion, because I'm basing it mostly on the fact that you still can't play Stadia on anything but the Ultra. But yeah, I don't know. There's something so weird about the fact that the Ultra is very clearly the best of the products.
I really don't understand.
But it shouldn't be.
I know I bring this up every single time Stadia gets mentioned. I really don't get the hardware support strategy there. Like, is it on Android TV yet officially?
No.
Or no? Yes. What the hell? This is so bizarre.
Yeah, and let's be honest, it's at this point, I obviously will be, but at this point, I think it's fair and objectively true to say they just don't care that much.
I know.
And I can't tell if it's because they don't care about Stadia, they don't care about Android TV, maybe both, or is this like the Android team was supposed to include some feature and they just were like, yo, we forgot. or this is like our low priority thing and we're just not gonna bother with this. Like there's something happening there, and I'd love that inside story.
It really does feel like I think there's probably like 100 things you could point to as like, this is the moment when like it seems like Stadia might not be long for this world. Like, I think there's probably be like 700 of those, as there are for any software platform. But the big one of that for me, before the recent news about the first party closure and Google wanting to sort of turn it into a turnkey solution for other companies, was sitting there watching that Chromecast for Google TV presentation, and not once did they ever mention Stadia. And then when the thing came out, it didn't support it at all. You know, like, they have a game streaming platform. This is a thing you plug into your TV where we play games, and not only is it not mentioned anywhere, it's not supported.
Yeah.
I was like, I don't know about Stadia, guy. I don't know if Google's product management is working this out or not.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm one of the, I think I will probably always be the first person to say, don't read into things when they're not said. And obviously this isn't always going to be true, but I think 99% of the time I will be I want to always remind people, just because they didn't say something doesn't mean they won't. And I like, the classic example is always Apple. Like, yeah. Apple just very deliberately doesn't say stuff all the time, and it's because they're going to announce something big like in a month or 2 months, and it's like, oh my god, they didn't announce such and such feature, or wow, oh my god, can you believe they didn't say anything about the Apple TV? Well, sure, because they got an event in 5 weeks. They're announcing the Apple TV, a whole new streaming service, this, that, and the other thing, and it's like, oh yeah, okay, maybe we shouldn't freak out because they didn't say something. 3 weeks later, oh my god, Apple didn't say something, oh my god, and people freak out, and it's like, no, you guys, you suck, please stop. So, you know, but at this point, I have to be with you on this. I do think there's a problem.
And it would be different if, like, the initial event they didn't say anything, but then when someone asked about it, they would be like, oh yeah, we're working on it, or like, oh yeah, it's coming in 3 weeks or a month, just hang in there, you know, we'll get it sorted.
Yeah.
Again, like, I don't keep up with Stadia a ton, but as far as I know, it's been radio silence on that front.
Well, Stadia, I will give them minimal credit on one thing and absolute bloody hell on another. They have been very good about saying a lot. They do talk a lot. They do announcements every week or two.
Those Stadia blog posts are pretty detailed.
Yeah, and they're actually nice to read. They're detailed, but they're not like verbose or wasteful.
You know what I appreciate, and I appreciate this solely from an inside baseball angle, is Stadia's blog, I think, is the only messaging coming from Google where if they mention something that already exists, they say it already exists. They do not re-announce things and treat them as entirely new. Like, you know, like I was reading the last blog post because I was writing an article about like, they did a blog post about the games coming to Stadia this week, and they mentioned, here's the games coming this week. By the way, in case you didn't see it, here's some stuff that also came out recently. And I was like, I appreciate you saying that came out previously, because I don't keep track of this. I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, no, we've talked about this on the stream before, and even when you're not here, I say it a lot more. Google is notorious for the re-announcement thing, and they will never cop to it unless you like go straight to someone who's in PR and say, listen, as far as I can tell, I think this is old. Can you confirm? Like, at that point, they'll say, oh yeah, well, yeah, this already happened, but you know, we're announcing all these other things. And sometimes they won't even face up to, oh yeah, there were 3 other old things in here, unless you ask about those things specifically. Google PR is, I mean, I kind of want to say it's straight hostile. Maybe that's unfair, but I don't think it is.
Yeah, they like re-announcing stuff.
Not to say other companies don't do this too, but
yeah. Austin said, I don't get why they didn't launch Sabrina with a system on a chip that supports AV1. I did not know that, but my assumption would be money, because it's pretty cheap hardware and AV1 is still pretty new. So that kind of makes sense. But also, yeah, it's maybe not the best for future proofing. But again,
I mean,
like,
AV1 isn't that new anymore.
Yeah, it's like a year or two.
Oh, no. Way older than that.
Well, like, when did... Yeah, I know, like, it was... I guess the question would be, like, when did it get finalized? Like, what's the starting date for someone to put it in a chip?
Well, starting date is a little bit more of a complicated thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so just quickly looking on the Wikipedia page, it says, oh, well, even those dates are not quite what I'm looking for.
So the first Android version with native AV1 support was Q? Is that 10? I forget what. I can't keep track of these letters.
Yeah,
it's 10. It's 10. So
okay.
That was 2019.
All right, that's fairly recent. The official announcement for AV1 came with a press release on the formation of the Alliance for Open Media on September 1st, 2015. So...
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was some development going on there for a while.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, it's not... But also, like, I know AV1 has a lot in common with BP8 and BP9.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure. Maybe the software encoding for AV1 isn't really that taxing if something already supports BP9.
Possibly. It's always hard to say with that stuff. Because of what differences it may have may not really be that compatible with the existing hardware. Yeah. Regardless, I do agree with the basic point, though. I mean, we're talking about a device released in 2020 that very clearly
it's probably gonna be sold for a couple years at least.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And in all likelihood, I mean, the chip for it, I'm sure, was in development in 2019, if not possibly sooner. But it is a little hard to imagine that they're like, you know what, we're just not going to need this thing that we announced, or rather we're backing. So yeah, that may not have been their best decision.
Yeah, but it is always funny that now, like, media codec support is one of the things that really ages something.
Oh yeah.
Like, I think about a year ago, I dug out an old netbook, and I wanted to be like, all right, how good can I make this? Just out of you know, pure curiosity. And I found out, I think it supported a maximum of 2 gigs of RAM. So I maxed out the RAM, and then I put an SSD in there because it had an old hard drive that was close to failing. And then I put Windows 10 on there. And I powered on. It's like, oh, this runs. I mean, it's not good, but like, it's usable. It's interesting. 10-year-old low-end computer. That's kind of impressive. And then I fire up the Netflix app, and oh no.
Yeah.
It's like going at like 1 frame per minute on Netflix, because it does not support whatever codec Netflix is using.
Yep. And
not even...
I'm not sure how many times I've written posts about this, but I think I've been basically one of 2 people to end up writing posts about, hey, there's a new codec coming to Snapdragon processors and stuff like that. And every single time I write it, I always include some sort of like reminder saying, look, this doesn't seem important right now, and I think most people don't care about this, but you gotta understand, in a few years this stuff is going to be everywhere. And even if your phone can decode that stuff in software or using some other method, chances are it's not efficient. It will absolutely destroy battery life. You're gonna hate life. That it will make your phone basically useless for playing media. So give it a year or two and you're gonna be glad that they added this stuff, because it's gonna matter.
Yeah. But yeah, codecs, man, they're wild.
Codecs, they are wild.
I was trying to think. Do you know anything else that you want to bring up? I want to talk about this.
Okay.
Where's Discord? I have a lot of windows open on my computer. Okay, it's in the RambleCast, and I'll put it in. Well, I can't put it in the YouTube chat because you don't.
Yeah,
post
yeah.
Because I'm a bad boy.
You are.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we move on, Austin posted a link to a 9to5 article where they mentioned that Android TV AV1 support is supposedly mandatory starting March 31st. And that's for new devices, obviously, because if some there's already software encoders for stuff that isn't built for that, and that makes sense. And also, I really hope AV, like, it's pretty much already there because Netflix is using it wherever possible. But I really hope AV1 becomes like the absolute de facto standard for everything, because I would love a future where I can watch any video on the internet without installing the stupid MPEG codecs on Linux. That would be great. That's one of the first things I have to do whenever I set up a fresh PC is install. It's like, oh, absolutely nothing on Twitter. It's because they're using MP4.
You know what? I can honestly say that is one of the things that it makes me so happy to not be using Windows anymore. And maybe not Windows, because that's not as much of an issue as it used to be, mostly thanks to VLC. But man, I remember the old days when you used to download it, like on a new computer setup, you used to just install these packs of codecs, and I hated every second of that. And the mere fact that like 3/4 of them were being like modified and hacked through like adding malware and all kinds of janky crap going on, and it's like, no, this cannot continue. This is not how computing was supposed to happen. And again, obviously it's gotten better. I wouldn't say it's good.
Yeah, and if someone's doesn't know what we're talking about, AV1 I believe is royalty free.
Yes. So
operating systems and other software can just include it in their regular their normal code. There's not like extra licenses that may or may not cost them more money, so it's a separate package. It's like MP3 is now. Like Linux distros and everything can have MP3 support built in because all the royalties or trademark copyrights, whatever, expired.
You can't see it, but I happen to have the Wikipedia page that shows this stuff open, and as you're talking, I just happen to be scrolling right over it.
Yeah. Jesse Corbin said AV1 is the successor to VP9 with more input from Mozilla and the like, fully open. Yeah, that's I really like it, and it'd be nice if we could all get on this page. It's just Apple now that's being a dick, and this was an issue before. Like VP8 and VP9 were also really good, but Apple does not support them whatsoever. So all online video on the internet still has to be encoded in at least MP4, maybe also VP8 or 9 or AV1 if you want like to take advantage of those on stuff that supports it. But MP4 is still the default, especially on stuff that mobile phones are going to see.
I mean, okay, so I will agree Apple's being a dick about it. They're not about to defend them. But I will say, when it comes to any codec or format or anything like that, and we can talk, this is really true of image formats, but it's also true with audio and video. Actually, maybe just as equal video formats. Every browser maker sucks. They're all bad. They're image formats that Google officially backs. Like, they actually kind of sing the praises of them. Meanwhile, they're not supported in Chrome. Like, how does that happen? What does it mean to back an image format, except presumably, I guess, give them money? What does it mean to back in a format if you don't even support it in the one place that obviously needs to support it? So, like, no one is good. Nobody is in... There is no good guy in this storyline. They're all kind of being dicks.
Yeah, I know there's always like some level of politics with this stuff, oddly enough. Like, I know Firefox held off on implementing whatever Google's image format is. I forgot what it's called. WebP.
Yeah.
They didn't support WebP for a long time because they didn't think it was necessary, which is like kind of true. Like, it's still really just like, it's like something that gets added at the end when you load a web page. And B, it was made by Google, so it's bad. And they only added support for it, I think it was last year. But yeah, like, Chrome has been really slow to that stuff. Of course, now we're all on Chromium, so, you know, it's just up to Google now to decide what formats we're allowed to use on the internet at this point.
Well, I mean, I agree that's not ideal, but at least it's not Internet Explorer anymore.
Yeah. My earliest experience with this stuff was when my main computer was an iMac G4, and I was starting to get into like Disney park stuff, and I found this website where this guy had a bunch of Disney videos to download, of like riding through a ride or something, and they were all in WMV. And of course, my Mac's like, what do I do with this? I don't know what to do here.
Yeah.
And so I had to find that like someone had made like a proprietary plugin for QuickTime Player called it was Flip for Mac, that added WMV support, and then I could play all these videos. And of course, there's like weird issues with that too, because like, you know, it's plugging it directly into QuickTime. It wasn't like a separate app.
Yes.
Of course, Microsoft did make Windows Media Player for Mac at one point, but that, I believe, had already been dead for a long time before I
most likely
started knowing how to use a computer.
I will say VLC is the great savior, which
I love VLC so much.
It's funny because VLC has had a few controversies pop up. Don't want to say recently, but in the last couple of years or last few years. But in general, man, it is such a savior. And one thing, if you only use Windows, I don't know how it is on Linux, but if you only use Windows, you have never seen what VLC is like on a Mac. It's so much better. It's weird for an open source project, or yeah, they're open source. Yeah, for an open source project, which to the best of its ability, I believe, tries to use a cross-platform code base.
I think their UI is Qt, I think.
Probably, yeah. Anyway, the funny thing is, it looks and behaves so much better on a Mac. I mean, if you ever get the opportunity, try it. I know some people say they don't like it because a few things are moved around and in different places, but Oh my god, it is so much better. It
does click.
It is pretty. It doesn't. Windows. Every time I would go back and use VLC on Windows, it just gave me that cringy feeling.
Yeah, that's the only thing with. Yeah, I remember using VLC on Mac again in the very olden days when I only used Macs, and that was before VLC got to 1.0. Actually, so it was a long time ago.
Yeah.
But yeah, the UI in VLC is not the best. Again, I guess on everything but Mac. Somehow they've devoted all their design resources to Mac. Or maybe they just have like one maintainer that only uses Macs and he's trying harder than everyone else. I don't know.
No, if there is anyone out there that is a try-hard among developers, it really is the Mac devs. But that being said, I actually chalk it up to the same thing that kind of just happened with Flutter. I had to think about whether it was Flutter or Jetpack Compose. Both were announced in the last few days. Anyway, with Flutter, for anyone who doesn't know, it's a framework for developing. It used to be a framework for developing just mobile apps for Android and iOS. You could also kind of target web. It was so-so with that. And then a little over a year ago, I guess it's actually been December 2019, they launched the ability for you to also build Mac apps based on Flutter code. And they always planned to make it all desktop platforms, but they started with Mac. And a bunch of people kept saying, wait, Mac? Why is this the first? Why wouldn't it be Windows or even Linux? And an answer was never given at first. And then it kind of like back channel answer was, yeah, because all the developers use Macs. They don't like Windows. They don't like Linux. They won't touch Chrome OS if they can avoid it. They use Macs. And I have a funny feeling that's probably the story with VLC too. I bet a bunch of the developers use Macs and are like, yeah, we wanted to make it good.
Yeah, that was a little funny, but like I get it. I just checked caniuse.com, which is a really nice resource for seeing what is supported across different browsers.
Yeah,
and it does say that WebM, which is the container for VP8 and VP9, I guess AV1. I don't know what container AV1 uses. But anyway, Safari started kind of supporting VP8 in 2019, but only for WebRTC, so that would be like video calls. And then on macOS Big Sur or iOS, I think 14.4, they support VP9 in web pages, so just full support. So just now they're getting around to VP9 because again, it's like sort of the standard at the moment. So I expect AV1 support will take a very long time.
Yeah.
Come on, Apple. Please.
Well, when it comes to web standards, I think we all know Apple is always going to be very late to adopting. Unless it's something that they have a vested interest in, that's just how it's always going to be.
Unless it's breaking my damn websites again because they want to change how cookies work again.
Oh,
every time.
They will.
Yeah.
Somehow they will.
I actually like how Firefox handles them now. So what Apple is doing now is if you don't go to a website for more than a week, it will delete all local data for that website, which is annoying in my case because I have a web app that stores data locally because I don't want to set up online accounts for this. It's too much overhead. And local works fine, and it's nice and private, and no one's going to complain that Google's spying on them through my app or whatever. but now I now I have a warning on that app that says like, hey, if you're on an iPhone, you better open this app once a week, or Apple will delete all your stuff, and I can't do anything about it.
Yeah.
But what Firefox is doing now after the latest update is they just containerize the cookies for every website. So, or the cookies and all other local data. So, just it's how like general JavaScript has been for like a decade now. It's just it all runs in this one tab, all in this one. I guess well, for this it's not per tab; it's per domain. So all the cookies and everything set by one website can't be touched by another website, and they the cross-site tracking stuff doesn't work, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah. There.
So Jesse said that VP9 is officially supported with MKV and WebM containers. Okay, that's interesting. Because I think MKV is also like an open standard, so it makes sense they'd use that.
Yes, it's an open. Well, I mean, yeah, it's an open standard. As far as it goes, MKV is also, for lack of a better way to put it, it's the Ellis Island of standards. Like, it welcomes anything as long as it realistically can be encoded within an MKV track.
I know what MKV is because that's what all my Blu-ray rips are saved as by Handbrake.
Yeah. No. I've been doing a lot of Handbrake transcodes lately, in fact.
I love Handbrake. Handbrake and VLC. Those are like the kings of video software.
Kind of, yeah. It's actually one of the things that drives me a little crazy is video editing apps. Now, it doesn't surprise me that they don't support every possible codec you could throw at them. That's not at all unusual. But most of them actually support a very small number of codecs, audio and video. Like it's shockingly few. And almost all of them, if you try throwing anything at them they don't recognize, their first answer is, yeah, just throw it to Handbrake. Like the official answer is, go download Handbrake and transcode it. We don't support this, or we just don't. Like they're effectively saying, oh yeah, if you didn't take this with a proper camera, go screw yourself. We don't give a crap. Like go use a real camera, record this properly in one of those supported formats, or GTFO.
Yeah. And also, I like Handbrake is also something I've used for basically as long as VLC. And I remember, like, this is one of the instances, I hear older people talk all the time about how much technology has progressed, and it doesn't really feel like that for most stuff for me. But this is a really good example of that, because I remember, like, when I was growing up, and I had a couple devices that could kind of play videos, but only if they were in like a very narrow format. Like I had a flash cart for my DS that could kind of play encoded video if it was in one specific format. And I put like custom firmware on my iPod so it could kind of play videos, and a lot of stuff like that. And also, like, I had one computer I was still using at the time that couldn't play large or videos in like 1080p because it was so bad, so I'd have to lower the resolution. So I used Handbrake a lot, and I remember, like, if it was like a DVD movie, because ripped DVDs back then too, I would start the encoding process on like, I think like it was like an iMac G5, and I would start the encoding process, and then I just let it run overnight.
Oh yeah.
And then in the morning my movie might be done. And now it's like I started, okay, this movie that is also a Blu-ray, so it's not like just we're scaling everything here. It'll be done, encoding in like
an hour. Yeah.
Yeah. like your computer will still run at 100% while this is happening, but yeah, like I couldn't use that iMac at all either at the time because it like, especially the iMac in the G5, it had the worst cooling. So it was just like the whole night it would be running and the fans would be at 100%, like a plane taking off in this side room in our house.
Well, and multi-threaded performance back then was like it wasn't a thing. So yeah, things have
and I don't
changed.
I don't know how optimized Handbrake ever was for Power PC, but
I doubt it was.
Yeah, so yeah, that is really funny. Something that my computer struggled with so much.
Well,
like, yeah, it's fine now.
Think of the think about what it was like if you ever realized after it was done with an encode, all of a sudden it clicks, oh crap, I needed to do something different, or I forgot to change this one setting, or oh look, I needed to also re-encode the audio instead of leaving it in the original format. Anything like that. Oh my god, that feeling of this needs to be done over again was the worst. Now, not so bad, but
yeah,
believe me, I know that feeling too well.
Yeah, so those were dark days. And that poor iMac G5 died like 3 times. My dad kept having to get it repaired. Like it would kernel pan it all the time. I never found out why.
You probably cooked the
it was all those encodes.
I mean, legitimately, it could have been.
Just evaporated all the cooling.
Well, you could have cooked the thermal paste.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but no, that iMac G5 was such a piece of shit.
It was notoriously not a very good computer.
Yeah, I still have my first computer, my iMac G4. Last I checked, it still works perfectly, except the CD drive, because every single Mac has a broken CD drive after 2 years.
Yes, truth.
We were a Mac family. Every single DVD and CD drive on those computers went.
My first MacBook Pro, it was one of those that had the super drive, they called it, and my god, that thing was such trash. And I had heard when I bought the computer that, hey, this is a part that's probably going to go bad, so just anticipate it, expect it. But it's there. Go ahead and use it if you need it. So I made a very adamant point of using it as little as possible. It does not matter how little you use it. The thing just goes bad. Like, it is on a time delay. The moment you buy it, you could leave the computer in the box, and that drive is gonna go bad.
Yeah, actually, that was another thing that I had to deal with on that iMac was it came the G5 or whatever one we got. It came with Tiger, macOS 10.4, and my dad would not buy the upgrade to Leopard for forever until I complained that basically everything I want is no longer supported on Tiger. And he finally bought the Leopard CD or DVD. And by that time, the iMac's DVD drive had busted. And this was before Apple supported any kind of USB booting, at least officially. Or it wasn't, there was some weird issue with it. And so what I had, and also, especially on the older Macs, you could kind of boot over FireWire, but that was really janky. So if I remember correctly, how I got Leopard on that computer was I booted into the installer on a PowerBook, and then I had to put the iMac in disk mode and connect them with a FireWire cable, and then I could install Mac from the PowerBook to the iMac as an external drive. God, that was terrible.
Yeah, early. I've heard some nightmare stories about how people had to work around Mac setup bugs, but to be fair, I've had to work around some crazy crap with Windows too. So Yeah.
I put Leopard on that G4 at some point, even though it's not officially supported. But I think when I take that out and try to get it all working again, I'll probably try to put Tiger on it because that's what I grew up with. And I'm curious what kind of ordeal I'm in for.
I'm betting on a terrible time finding software.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you'd be surprised. I believe there's still a port of Firefox being developed that supports Tiger.
I expect that's probably true.
Yeah. Somehow 10.4 became like the Windows XP of Mac, and just there was a lot of software that just kept working on that for ages, like well after Leopard had died. Like again, like Leopard was like Leopard was Vista, where like a lot of stuff they didn't stop supporting XP and go to Vista, they just skipped over. Like you need to set Windows 7 now.
Yeah.
It was the same thing with Leopard. No one liked Leopard.
I do have to say though, the not buying OS updates, when I bought into the Mac, that was one of the first things that I looked at and was like, yeah, that's not going to work for me. And I very happily pirated my first couple OS updates.
Well, Microsoft charged for that too until Windows, but
yeah, I don't remember the last time I paid for a Windows update.
Yeah. Yeah, and those were also far fewer because like, you know, Apple did it like every 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, something
for a while.
Well, okay, Windows has always had about the same cadence, if not actually maybe a little longer cadence.
I guess that's true.
It's only
just forever.
Well, it's only since iOS kind of set that yearly cadence that everyone was suddenly like, oh, well, could we have OS, like desktop OS updates at that rate? And Apple was like, you know, that's not a bad idea. Let's do that. Let's do a horrible thing that our developers hate and users haven't been too fond of. Let's just do that. That's perfect. And then Microsoft was like, well, crap, we can't be the only ones who are left behind on this. And that's how we got into whatever they're calling their thing now. I forget their term for it, but they'll like every 6 months or whatever they do a semi-major update that doesn't really seem like a major update. It's just like screwing up something new.
I see. The Windows 10 model, we call that.
Yeah.
Except with Windows 10, it's technically every like 8 months, but it gets delayed. The rollout ends up taking 2 years each time.
Well, and what's funny to me is everyone made fun of Apple for getting onto OS X or OS 10, as any hardcore Apple fans will make you say it. And it's like, oh my God, they stayed on this forever. Now here we are looking at Windows 10, same version number, same path. They're just gonna stay on Windows 10 seemingly until such a time that they decide, you know what, we don't really need to be Windows anymore. We'll turn it to Linux. Which at that exact moment they'll leave behind the 10, which could have been an X, which was that whole like X is Linux thing that everyone loved to hype up. Yeah.
Like Austin just said, Chrome OS says hold my beer.
Yep.
No, for real. That like, I don't know how Google ships Chrome and Chrome OS updates every 6 weeks without something going horrifically wrong every single time. It's I'm in awe of it.
It's because Google only has it's because they run so many side projects in it, like just out there in the void, and once the side project is finally ready, then they'll integrate it.
Yeah, it is pretty, and like it's not even like Firefox where they do every 6 weeks too, but the change log is like 15 lines. Like Chrome updates are a lot.
Honestly, I think sometimes it's been a long time since I looked through one of their change logs, but I think a lot of times their changelogs do include stuff that really is like, we've got a paragraph explaining something that literally only took 2 lines of code. I've seen that happen a lot.
It does depend. And Google also does the thing where they have a feature in development for like 10 releases, and then they'll finally turn on one, and that just so happens to be the same update where they turn on 15 other things that have also been in development for a couple versions, and you get this behemoth of an update.
Yeah.
That takes me 3 days to write an article for.
And I don't know if this is still true. I say still because I know I've seen it in the past. There were times that they would put out a changelog, and if you start comparing like this month's changelog to last month's changelog, you would find a bunch of stuff that was duplicate. Maybe not literally like verbatim identical, but you would find a lot of the same stuff mentioned, and it's because, kind of like you said, they had something in development for a long period of time and just turn it on. Well, sometimes they would have something in development and they would just, like, it would still technically kind of be in a beta state, and eventually they would roll it out as like final, but in the meantime it would make it into the changelog every single update. So yeah, it seems like they I don't want to say they're getting creative or anything. I'm sure it's not that. It's just the way that they treat their changelog non-maliciously is more inflated than other companies might.
And Carson also brought up they've got a crap ton of Chrome to yell at. Everyone at Microsoft who was ever working on Edge, like who didn't leave. I know some people left after they gave up. They're all contributing to Chromium now. Microsoft might have even gone on a hiring spree there, I'm not sure. On top of like, you know, whatever Opera and Brave and those browsers decide to upstream, or Google will let them upstream. Yeah,
plus Google itself has a huge number of developers focused on this. Even ones that aren't focused on it, they still have, you know, Google is a massive web company. You can count on it. A lot of their developers who are working on like web specific projects are also looking at Chrome and saying, oh, we need to figure out why such and such thing isn't working for us. And so I'm sure they're fixing tons of stuff too.
Yeah. I do wonder if at some point Google will do what Firefox and Office and a couple other pieces of infrastructure critical stuff do, where they have a long-term support releases. Like they're not doing that, and they seem opposed to it, but I've seen a couple instances where like I feel like they really need that.
Okay, are you talking Chrome OS or are you talking
Chrome.
the browser? Then no. I'm pretty confident they won't, because they very explicitly want everyone on the latest version. Not necessarily like the latest to the point of being canary, but the latest stable version.
Yeah.
That I don't see any future where they're going to do long-term support if they can keep pushing the notion that you need to be on stable. Because stable is their version of long-term support. It's just a very short idea of long-term.
Again, as a web developer, as much as I love that once Chrome adds a feature, I can put it in my web app and most people will get to use that feature in like 3 weeks. I have seen a couple instances where some like accidental thing in Chrome like completely screws up entirely unrelated function, especially on Android. This has happened a lot on Android. There was one really good example about a year ago where Chrome changed how it stored local data, and it caused existing local data to be deleted. So what happened was every single Android app that ever stored anything in a web view broke. And because of the way it was migrated, it wasn't easily fixable. And I think what Google ended up doing is they reverted the storage to how it was before that update, which had been like 2 or 3 weeks, and just said you'll lose new data. Like, we can't merge these things.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. And
there was.
oh,
I'll see if I can find that article real quick, because I definitely remember writing about this.
yeah, that was such a cringy mistake to make.
That was so. Yeah, you think that like Chrome has automated testing? You'd think check to make sure we don't fuck WebView would be on one of those automated test suites.
You would think.
I bet it is now. I think they learned their lesson.
Okay, you say that, but it's sad because I doubt Jan Solo's in the room. I haven't seen her around in a while, actually, but I quickly have to call out Adobe on this one. How many times has Lightroom just absolutely trashed entire photo catalogs because they changed something, and they never learn. They've had this happen, I think, like 5 times in the last decade, maybe, well, probably more than a decade, but still, there have been a good handful of times that they've just wiped out everyone's entire photo catalog, and in some cases actually like wiped out the photos or done weird crap. And it's like, no, this isn't acceptable. You can't push updates like this. Start testing your crap before you release it to people. It actually makes me nervous every time I do an update to, well, I don't really care about my photo catalog with Lightroom, so I'm not super concerned, but every time I do an update of Adobe software, I always have that little twinge of like, is this going to do something that really screws me somehow?
Yeah.
And honestly, I feel like Google is the same way. There's some things I trust. There are other things I think, no, if Google screws this up, this is going to be like a day of extra work for me.
Yeah, and like there was even another example. I think this was last week where there were a bunch of people saying Android Auto wasn't working with their phones, and it turned out it was because of a Chrome update. Like, I don't. And the fix was to install a new version of Auto and a specific, like, Chrome after a certain version was fixed. And once you had both of those things, Auto would start working again. And like, I don't know why Chrome updates are affecting Android Auto, but they are. So yeah, I think it'd be nice if Google made like a LTS Chrome, but maybe just for like Android's web view. That'd be nice. But again, I don't that like might not have any benefit because they're trying to get a lot of people off of WebView and onto the what do they call them? The trusted web activities, where they run in Chrome instead of the WebView.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, but when something in Chrome breaks, it takes a lot of things with it.
Yeah, it really does.
Especially on Android.
And I really quick, I also, ironically, somewhat counterintuitive to this conversation, I got to say, sometimes don't you wish, or I guess maybe all of us wish, that Android could update the same way Chrome does? Like you mentioned, hey, if Chrome adds a new feature, you can add it to your website, and within a few weeks, everyone's going to be able to use this anyway. I think about all the times that something happens, or they come out with some new API or something like that, and you can just tell the Android team has got to be sitting there saying, man, if we could only push this today, we want to push this today, we can't. It's not supported in the OS, or for this reason or that reason.
Okay.
It just can't happen.
Android OS devs, sure. Definitely not Android app maintainers. They're like, oh fuck, I gotta change the privacy APIs again.
Okay, policy issues, that's a different story. And let's be honest, most of that stuff usually doesn't change on Chrome that quickly either.
Yeah.
But
well, yeah, because it's
man.
like from a development standpoint, like that would be absolute hell for everyone involved on Android. Like
honestly, a lot of stuff already is.
Yeah, but like, okay, so like with web development, you know, if you're doing this right, and you're making a website or a web app, and you're using some new feature, you can use a feature detect, which is just like, if this function exists, that's it. That's one line. That's your check.
Yeah.
But with Android, it's like with Android, you're mostly checking the API versions, right? Or can you do that also?
Okay, so it depends on what it is, but generally, yes, you're checking API version.
Yeah. Like, can you imagine if there was a new API version every 6 weeks?
Okay, well, all right. So imagine this. First off, you compare to web. So the idea that you have old, outdated versions floating around is a lot less likely.
Yeah.
So more than likely what you're doing is maybe you're checking for a version, but odds are you're actually just checking, is this feature supported at all? If it's supported, use it. If it's not supported, whatever. So I tend to think if they could have the option of rolling stuff out that way, that's what I sooner expect they would do. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that dynamic would change. And
also, that's a lot harder. I think that would be harder with like compiled code, wouldn't it?
It depends. So here's the thing. They actually already do have this sort of thing in place with Google Play Services. Play Services does update on a semi-regular basis. At least it used to. I guess I'm not watching it too much these days, but they do roll out new APIs through that. They're not technically OS APIs, but some of them act like it. And yeah, they, a lot of times you do still check for version, but a lot of times you can just kind of check for, is this thing supported? And yeah, it's not all that different from how you might do it on the web. And that is compiled. I mean,
yeah,
same exact thing.
I'm just thinking of like, if I'm an Android app dev and I have to maintain like 30 different API levels at any given moment, that would be a lot. like at least with like web, I can, again, like you said, because of Chrome, once you go past the last major update, the percentage of the last major update of Chrome, the percentage of users you're gonna run into is like single digits.
Yeah.
Like when I make stuff, I'm just testing on newest version of Firefox, newest version of some Chromium browser, whatever I have installed, because they all work the same. And then like, Safari, depending on the thing. And then just like, it probably works on the rest. And that's worked out for me most of the time. Also because I'm not making a lot of like production code, but
yeah,
it's a safe assumption. Most people are going to be on one of those things.
Oh, okay, so part of this notion though, and I mean, Project Mainline to some extent kind of actually is this to a minimal extent. But the thing is, you wouldn't have to check for 30 different versions if we're presuming the idea that the difference here is that the Android team could just push, here's a new API for such and such thing.
Yeah.
That would ostensibly move you in that direction to where you're not checking versions, you're just checking, is this now supported? And that would, one would like to think, get rid of the need to ever do version checking again, or at least version checking across dozens of APIs. You might get down to, hey, here's a thing, we don't know that it's fully rolled out yet, or we might be developing it for beta versions of this. So we just check it for now, and if it ever changes in the future, well, then we just deal with checking for the change. But otherwise, just ask, is this a thing? And that would probably work someday.
Yeah.
But I feel like by the time that's ever going to be a topic for Android, we're going to have moved on past Android and maybe run Fuchsia or I don't know, something new and different.
I am so curious to find out what the update situation will be like with Fuchsia or whatever replaces Android, because that's the big takeaway Google has learned from Android, is that updates do not work this way. You know, like when you let other people modify your code, this turns into a mess.
Yeah.
You know. Oh wow, my dog just sneezed. Daisy, you okay?
That was quite the sneeze. Like, that was air travel time right there.
I know this microphone picks up a lot of ambient noise,
especially like keyboards.
Especially very much like keyboards. But even like I think it's like when I'm on Discord, sometimes people comment on like something someone in the hallway is saying.
Wow.
It's great. Even though I have the mode on this that should point the, only take in what's facing, but
maybe you've got the gain too high.
I mean, it's like no, it's at the lowest option. Okay.
I mean, that doesn't surprise me, because when I first started podcasting with the AP team, I initially had my gain set at like 50% or whatever, and Hangouts obviously was doing the whole, hey, we're just gonna like lower your volume because we're gonna do it, and it never came up. But eventually I was like, I'm gonna experiment with this and see like what is a good audio level. And at one point I turned my gain down to very literally the point you couldn't physically turn the knob any further. Right. And at that point I realized, oh, this thing's just, that's the kind of microphone this is.
Yeah, it's a studio microphone.
Kind of. I mean, yeah. It really isn't. It's the right classification for a studio mic, but it's a special type of studio mic. And ironically, it's actually technically a really bad podcasting mic. Depending on the type of podcaster. Like, if you're the type who, I guess, kind of like a normal podcaster, and by that I mean someone who knows nothing about microphones. They just buy a mic, and they leave it sitting a couple feet away from them, or it just sits on a desk and they move around all over the room and just kind of talk at it. If you're that type of podcaster, this honestly is like the best mic you could pick up, or one of. If you're doing like I'm doing, where I couldn't fit this I couldn't fit my hand between my mouth and this microphone, or rather my chin in the microphone. And you've got yours pretty close to you, not quite as close as mine, obviously, but like,
no, I've got a couple forehand links.
Yeah, I mean, I literally, I can't squeeze my hand into a fist and fit this between the chin and the mic. The mere fact that I do this, I should be using a different mic. I would get way better audio. Not that I need it, but I would get better audio if I switched.
Yes. We all know YouTube live streams demand the highest audio quality.
Hey, at least it's better than Twitch.
It just everyone's listening at 320 kilobytes a second, right? Oh, what? Oh, you mean it's 40?
Yeah. But yeah, if like I'm not going to claim I have the best mic technique either, but like one of the things, once you learn to do it, if you can keep the mic in very close proximity and at the right angle and everything else, yeah, you totally want a different mic for podcasting. But I I'm not made of money. Screw that noise. I'm sticking with what I've got. It works great.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I have to reinstall Android Studio at some point, I think, to update the PhotoStack container for Android. And it's, yeah, I've been spoiled by web stuff so much. I can change one little thing in PhotoStack and it's live on everything. Until I need to change the home screen icon, then I have to re-download Android Studio and compile a new APK. I really don't I'm gonna have to write another editorial about this because I'm so annoyed. I really do not understand why Google doesn't let you sign up for the Play console and then just put in the URL and it grabs everything from all the places you already put it and just takes care of all the compiling and everything for you.
Yeah. No, that would be ideal.
Especially since Microsoft, of all companies, has this web app called PWA Builder, where that's exactly what you put in the URL, and it grabs all the resources from all the places you already have to define it, so the browser knows where to look. And it spits out an APK for you, or that's what I used to make the PhotoStack Windows Store app that I published last month because I didn't want to download Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, and do all that, and it worked perfectly, except I couldn't really figure out how to change the package name, so now it's like a really long string of numbers, but it's fine, no one looks at that. But Google doesn't have anything like that native, and it's really weird, especially because PWAs are very difficult to discover. It's basically just, do you happen to go to the website? Okay, we'll show you a tiny install button in the corner of Chrome.
Yeah, I find that unideal.
Yeah. Like, I know it's not a big deal for like the companies doing this because they're paying people to maintain the apps across all these other platforms, but I do all this in my spare time, and if I can avoid spending a couple hours relearning how to use Android Studio because I only open it once a year, and doing all this, and instead I could just put the URL in, that'd be nice.
Yeah, man, I don't have anything better to say about it. It's just, there's something deeply wrong with the way that Google handles the Play Store in almost every in basically every capacity. When it comes to app distribution, when it comes to how they interact with developers, what they tell developers, and honestly, just like a long litany of other things. I'll give them credit, they get a few things right, but man, there's so many things that it is hard not to just call out so much is wrong.
Yeah, and the weird part is that Google already has like custom logic in place in the Play Store for web apps, because we covered sometime last year, I don't remember when you're using the Play Store on Chromebooks and you try to install some apps, it will install the web app using Chrome instead of downloading and installing the Android app. I believe if you try to install Twitter from the Play Store, it will instead try to install the PWA using Chrome. I don't know. I think that was Twitter, but like they have a couple apps like this. So it's like they're already doing this. It would you can't just let me compile APKs in the cloud, please, Google.
Yeah. Well, especially now that they're what is it? They're going to start forcing split APK support or something like that. Or app packages. The fact that they're basically now telling developers, you don't have a choice anymore, you have to let us compile it, and distribute it. That strikes me as such an example of like, they're already doing this. Why not just add web apps or web apps? Why not just add that to the model?
Yeah, like we've already got all this in the cloud. And I think Microsoft's builder tool is open source. So you got code right there. Just make a new front end for it. That's all you have to do here.
Yeah, and speaking of, I mean, today's news about Flutter, not that, believe me, I'm not going to go over all of it, but if you go looking into their blog posts, dude, those blog posts make a very adamant point of, like, a big, huge banner saying, thank you, Microsoft. You guys are awesome. Because Microsoft has contributed all this stuff to Flutter. And, like, they're clearly okay with using stuff from Microsoft and other companies too, but, like, go ahead, use this. They made it.
Apparently bad. I'm going to reconnect real quick.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Hopefully I'm good.
Hey, Beastlight, I don't know necessarily what you would have wanted to catch, but we've been on. Oh, actually, you're probably catching up, so you don't even hear me speaking. I'll just type it out. But go ahead with what you were saying.
But yeah, no, like Google and Microsoft's dev teams are pretty integrated at this point. Microsoft is, to my knowledge, the biggest contributor to Chromium outside of Google. You know, Google and Microsoft work together a lot on the Surface Duo to get more foldable APIs into Android or get them to a better state. And of course, they've worked together a little bit on getting some stuff working better on Chromebooks, but I don't know how much Google was involved in there. It could just be the devs following best practices. But yeah, no, I mean they're pretty connected now, even though they're competitors in most ways.
Yeah. And I wonder how much they're really competitors versus budding friends. More and more, like, every year there's another story or 2 or 3 that's like, Google and Microsoft work together on blank. And every single time you see and hear people kind of going, oh my god, what's Microsoft up to, or how is Google going to screw this up? But it always generally seems to be a pretty positive story. It usually doesn't seem to have any bad ramifications. I'm wondering if, like, legitimately, genuinely, we're not that far away from seeing a massive partnership between the two companies on something. At which point they're going to be like, yeah, so we're both investing in this and we're both going to benefit from it. So, yeah, that's just the new future is Satya and, oh, damn it. I'm remembering the CEO of Microsoft and I'm forgetting Google's CEO.
Pichai?
Sundar. Yeah. Satya and Sundar are going to be like best buddies all of a sudden. And that'll be...
Well,
I feel like we're getting there.
Well, you did just describe Chromium now.
Yeah, I kind of did.
Like, it benefits them both, you know?
Okay, I was actually thinking about a project where they have, like, specific money coming in. But, yeah, I mean, Chromium does fit, too. I was kind of picturing, like, a scenario where they say, hey, you know what? Stadia is really good. We're just going to use it for Project xCloud or... Yeah, xCloud. Yeah, whatever its name is now. Yeah, how funny would that be?
I think this is just sort of like a result of every tech company becoming a services company.
Yeah.
Like 10 years ago, this stuff was a lot more segregated. Like, oh, you have an Apple stuff. Nothing Apple builds plays well with any of this other stuff ever. Oh, you're paying for something for your Apple device? You're only going to use it on Apple. Now it's like, oh, Apple has like web apps, and they have they support more standards, and also you can watch Apple TV on a Samsung TV, and yeah, that's kind of the way all these companies are going. So they kind of have to work together if they want to be a good services company.
Yeah.
Except maybe Apple could get away with not doing that. iCloud on everything that's not Apple still kind of blows.
Austin, Azure plus Google Cloud versus AWS. I mean, that's, in a weird way, I kind of wouldn't be surprised if that's where we got.
God, Microsoft makes so much money from Azure.
Yeah, well, yeah, because have you seen the expense of Azure? That's
No.
why. I mean, it's a good platform, but oh my God, it's not cheap. I don't know if I couldn't tell you what it is versus AWS per se, but I looked into Azure quite a few years back for something, and once I started calculating how much it would cost to run a certain thing per day, I was like, oh fuck this, I'm out. Like, I'm not even looking at Azure another minute, which was a shame because I would have loved to use it. But
I've not messed with any cloud infrastructure stuff ever, except when I occasionally have a Linux VPS on Linode on their cheapest tier, because I just need to run like a Python script every once in a while or something. Or I've used Heroku a couple times, which is like a stateless cloud setup, which is nice for like a couple smaller things. But no, I've never tried using like mainstream Azure or Google Cloud or AWS or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I only see all the news reports every time Microsoft does an investors meeting. It's like, Azure made buckets of money for us this year. Let's go.
Yeah. And it's, I don't know if I want to say it's surprising or not, but I find it interesting that Google's cloud platform is, I mean, it's not like it's failing or anything, far from it, but it's never really, I mean, it's not that high in their earnings report. It's there, it makes money, but it's not something that they can turn around and go, see, we could, like, if we got broken up tomorrow, the part that gets this is going to be doing well. Like, they can't say that.
Daisy, do you want to leave? She's looking at me. Let me see if she wants to. Do you want to out? Okay. All right. Let's see. I guarantee she will want out, and then I'm going to be letting her back in.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dog. Honestly, any animal, if they can go in and out, that they're going to. My cat's exactly that way.
It's gonna be nice after I move, and I can just leave all my doors open all the time, and she can just walk in and out wherever. I don't have to be doing this.
Yeah, you say that now.
I was gonna mention. Oh yeah, speaking of dogs, I was gonna talk about the moto thing, but I want to do this really quick. So I found I had to use. Okay, so when I ordered my Galaxy S21, Samsung included their Tile clone in the box, the Galaxy Smart Tag.
Right.
And it's just like a little Bluetooth Smart Tag, whatever. And I have it attached to my dog's harness now. So, in the off chance she decides to, somehow gets away from me and wants to run off, and she happens to walk past someone who has a Samsung phone, I'll get a location ping. And it's a good fit for this. And she's like a medium-sized dog, so having this like on her collar wouldn't, it's the same size as a normal collar would be. And I wanted to use it for her name collar, so I could just have that on all the time. But there's no way to, like, let me see, I have my phone number on here, so I'm trying not to dox myself. So I made a little label for it with my label maker on the Galaxy tag because I was trying to see if I could use it. But it seems like the label isn't like super on there well.
Duh.
Because it's a label.
Yeah.
So I don't trust this to, I don't want the phone number to fall off and then I've sacrificed like someone finding her and getting her back to me for, maybe she'll walk past someone with an S20.
I mean, you could always just get like some Gorilla Glue kind of stuff, or some weird crazy epoxy or something.
Yeah, but I'm probably gonna write an editorial, and it's just like, Samsung, please let me engrave these.
Yeah.
Like, come on, like if Apple was doing it 10 years ago with iPod Nanos, like just let me do it with your $30 tag, charge me an extra $10 or whatever.
Makes sense.
And what's funny is that someone mentioned in the Android police Slack, I think it was Max, like yesterday, that Samsung's starting to sell this in multiple colors. So like we're halfway there. I just need them to let me engrave it. And then the chances of someone finding my dog or the chances of me finding my dog without a human around go up slightly higher with that tag versus a different tag. Like Samsung is not, I don't think the mesh network for enabling this is enabled by default on Samsung phones right now, because it's like not everyone's cool with having their phone act as a mesh network, and I get why. So it's not terribly useful right now, but maybe in a couple years it will be. Probably more than Tile at least, because Tile, it's not like a system service or anything.
Right.
Or hopefully in a couple years we'll just have one standard for this that everyone has their own front end for, but I'm not holding my breath for that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I wouldn't bet on a couple years for anything.
Yeah. Like
the only way I see that happening is if Apple decides, hey, let's have a standard.
Well, Apple and a couple other companies did have that announcement where they were working on some kind of mesh thing for smart home stuff. But again, I don't know if that would be applicable to this or not. And if we're starting development not too long ago, it's going to be a long time before it's widespread. But I want smart. And oddly enough, Tile doesn't make like dog versions either. But when I tweeted it, someone did mention they did put a Tile on their cat for a while, which I feel might even be. Do cats like usually respond to their names?
It does depend on the cat, okay. But
because I'm thinking that could be more useful for a cat, especially since cats generally a little bit more independent and might roam a little bit more. Yeah,
I mean, I've got a cat that if I say, like, I can, okay, she responds a lot if I'm talking, but if she kind of knows that I'm not talking to her or about her, she'll ignore me. But if sometimes I can just say her name, her head definitely pops up and she'll usually make a little coo sound to kind of acknowledge a response. And so she definitely recognizes her name. She knows, well, her name and her nicknames reasonably well. So cats definitely learn their names. They just don't necessarily care. Yeah.
So that's like one I think that might be slightly more useful for cats than dogs. Because if I call mine, like, if it's within hearing distance, like, they'll probably come running. But I know that's not the way with all pets.
Yeah, definitely not. And actually, if I call my cat, she'll come running. Not always, but a lot of times. Again, like, my cat is a rarity in this way. Most cats do not behave the way this one does. But
guess who wants in again?
Of course. So I would question, or I would say that when it comes to the difference of like calling for a runaway dog or lost dog versus a cat. Cats typically don't travel too far from home. Not to say that they're necessarily going to hear if you call for them, but they usually don't actually go super far, where dogs have a tendency to get lost a little bit easier.
Yeah.
And they can go wandering and sometimes end up really far away. So I kind of feel like the mesh thing, I don't know how well it works over longer distances per se, but I kind of feel like that might be something that works better on dogs, just because they stand a better chance of going too far away.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking it from the standpoint of like, if you can't immediately find your cat and it's not responding to you, it's probably more likely within the distance of Bluetooth to you. So it'd be good for that situation. Whereas with dogs, like this would only really reach that level of usefulness after enough people in whatever area you're in have all these things enabled.
Yeah.
Like I'm thinking like a cat might be like more likely to squeeze itself somewhere in a weird spot in your house or something. It might not be able to hear you.
More than likely, your cat just doesn't care.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that's where the beeper comes in. You'd be like, oh, now I know where they are.
Pretty much. Okay, so we've managed to go quite a while without talking about like actual topics. And you gave the Motorola Wear OS thing a while ago. I figured in the same breath we could talk about the Samsung Wear OS thing. But question, since we already were kind of on Chrome OS, and Cecil Donner brought it up in the RambleCast, do you want to talk about Google, quote unquote, doubling down on their commitment to get rid of targeted tracking in Chrome?
Yeah, I saw this. I didn't read it yet.
Okay, so neither of us know anything about this, which pretty much is normal for this show.
Yeah, like I know this has stuff to do with Privacy Sandbox, which I saw got enabled, or the settings page got enabled for it in the most recent Chrome update. But when I was looking into it, I was trying to read over the technical documents and all the blog posts Google had done about it to try to explain it, and like a lot of it was going over my head, because like it is like really different from how cookies work, and yeah, it's just a lot.
Okay, so
yeah.
Fantastic. We like I said, we don't know what the hell we're talking about.
No, give me another couple months. I might have something insightful to say about this.
Yeah. So obviously I'm just doing a quick skim, but one specific phrase immediately jumps out at me that I feel like I've read this phrase a lot over the last like 2 years. And Michael, by the way, is who wrote this. Michael's paragraph, or one of his paragraphs, begins with the phrase, "Google freely admits that other advertising companies probably won't be able to follow suit immediately, though it doesn't go so far as saying it will be at a disadvantage." Yeah, it feels like every time we see a story like this now, it's Google's going to do a thing, and other companies probably can't keep up.
As I understand it, this is just a complete overhaul, like a full replacement for what cookies are supposed to do.
Yeah.
So I imagine this will be the same exact situation as what has happened every time Android has introduced a replacement for an API that's more privacy protecting, which is where it will only be widely used once the old one has been turned off. Or right, like how long did Snapchat stay on that ancient Android API level so it could not ask for permissions properly until Google said, okay, you need to be on the last API version if you want to update your app? then we started being updated.
Okay, there's that. Yeah. What I was thinking of is in terms of, while Google is going to try to kill tracking cookies, I don't think they're trying to kill tracking. If that makes sense.
Yeah. No, this, like, again, from what I've read, this is like the capabilities of this isn't really that different from the capabilities of cookies. It's just a better control mechanism.
Yeah.
So there's a settings page in Chrome, and I guess other browsers once this becomes implemented, where you can turn certain parts of it off, or I don't know if you can change things per site or not. I guess that wouldn't matter because these are like cross-site trackers, but it's more control over how this works. And like, again, like Google wouldn't in a million years replace cookies with something that was less capable at tracking than cookies,
Right.
because they would, out of any out of any entity on earth, they would have the most to lose financially in that situation with their ad business. But so yeah, again, from what I understand, it's about as capable, but it's a new way of doing it that has more user-facing controls, and it's a little bit easier to understand. Not easy for me to understand because I tried reading the technical documents, but in theory.
Yeah. And actually, just going one paragraph back, and I know this is kind of taking it out of context, but another line that Michael wrote was, these fingerprinting alternatives, among other techniques, could let Google have its cookie-free privacy cake and still eat its advertising revenue too. Which, again, I feel like I've seen this kind of thing written so much in the last couple years. Basically, we're going to change the rules because we have the browser. We're going to change the rules and we're already on top of it. Mm-hmm. And everyone else will follow, but we get to be there first. And yeah, don't get me wrong. Yeah. I think there's good and bad here, but it's hard not to spot something a little funky with that.
Yeah, Google has absolutely used Chrome just as a delivery mechanism for what they want out of the web on many occasions. Like the best example was that API where web domains could serve content from other domains with like a signature thing, and that was entirely made so AMP pages would have the right URL in the address bar.
Yeah.
Or the URL of the original content. That's it. That's why that was made. And that's why Safari hasn't implemented it, Firefox hasn't implemented it, because that's its only practical purpose. Even though they tried to frame it as something more general, and even though one of the Google engineers got pissy in my Twitter mentions when I complained about it, that's what it was for. But again, like, sometimes that can also be good. Again, like, a lot of the things Google wants is also the things that a lot of web devs have wanted. So it goes in both directions. Another thing they've been pushing for, they're the main force behind this, is switching everything to HTTPS. Like Google was one of the first websites to, across all their websites, support that. And Chrome was really the first browser that started pushing this kind of pushing HTTPS by default, and that's been really good for the internet as a whole.
Yes, though it's still, honestly, it does still bother me a little bit, and I know that this is maybe not the best reason, but I think back to the a couple dozen websites that I've built over the last several years. Well, not recent years, but maybe 10, 15, 20 years ago. I've built a lot of websites that they were never going to get, they're never going to be updated to HTTPS. And at least a few of them are still running. And all I can do is look at them and say, you know what? It's not worth my time to go back and try to do anything about this. I'm not making any money off of these or anything like that. But they're just going to keep sitting there, and for all of eternity, they're now going to be downranked because of this.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, you know, they are just static sites with purely open to the public information. It doesn't matter if they're protected by HTTPS. There's nothing hidden there. So that sort of thing does bother me a little bit. It's something that there's no reason to downrank this.
Yeah, my counter to that would be all the times like Comcast and other ISPs have man-in-the-middle changed web pages. like a lot of them were doing that for a while when like they wanted to alert you about like your data cap for the month was low or something. I know there was a case of, I don't know if it was an ISP or like some kind of network was doing this, where they were injecting tracking scripts into pages that were being loaded so they could know their customers' internet history.
That was Comcast.
Oh, was it?
Pretty sure. I know Comcast was guilty of doing that at least once. I don't remember all the details, but I'm like 80% certain it was Comcast.
Yeah. Comcast was doing that.
Yeah. Just in general,
shock me?
if an ISP is doing something shady, if it's not because they're being run or controlled by a political regime, it's probably Comcast. Like that's just what I assume. If there's a negative story about a ISP, it's either Comcast or the government is controlling them. One of the two.
Carson said you pissed off a Google engineer. Yeah, at some point I went on some kind of a heated rant about, I don't know if it was AMP generally or that one thing I talked about that changes the URL. And there was some,
if
Google
I recall,
person,
I think you wrote, maybe I'm mistaken, but I think you wrote something that was about the URL change, and then you made a much broader slap against AMP, at which point they spotted it and were like, this isn't cool, don't say this.
Okay, so yeah, I found it because like at some point I DM'd it to someone who asked me about this, and I'm not gonna link it because I don't need that. But the original tweet was, you got to be better than the people you're making fun of. So the original tweet was when AMP was announcing that URL thing, and I quoted and I quote tweeted it, and I said, Google is breaking the basic trust model of the web, so their force-fed AMP platform is slightly less confusing for users. People can't tell if they're on the wrong page if the address bar lies to them. To which someone who's a product manager at Google said, normally Android Police produces high quality content, but in this particular case, they seem to have gotten some key points mixed up. Guess this is what happens when you read too much hacker news. And that was before I'd written anything about it on AP, I think. So they were just looking at my Twitter profile. And then, oh, I'm sorry. No, he did see it because then he replied and he said, I stay away from picking on articles, but I'd love for Corbin to check out web packaging properly rather than the knee-jerk reaction that is currently on Android Police. Because I was also slightly snarky when I covered that for AP. But again, like, it was something that was made specifically for AMP and has not been used in any other application. So I don't think I'm wrong.
I mean, I for numerous reasons, I think AMP was one of those well-intentioned things that went so horribly and catastrophically in the wrong direction that
what annoys me so much about AMP is not even like the meta arguments of like, oh, we're letting Google you know, decide what cannot be viewed, or, you know, like, oh, we're staying on Google's domains, we're never leaving Google. Like, this is the kind of thing Facebook's been trying to do for years. Like, from a development standpoint, my issue with it is that there was this brief moment where you could make one website that worked on everything, right? It was for mobile, it was for desktop, it was for, you know, everything that shows up in search. You know, we finally got off having like mobile specific websites, and we had this glorious era of we only need one web code base. And then Google's like, haha, here we have something that's kind of like HTML, but not really. There's a lot of rules you have to follow, and also this has to be completely separate unless you want to make your entire website follow our rules, which most people aren't, because it really limits what you can do.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. So obviously, I'm never gonna go back and update old websites to use AMP. Like, that'll never ever happen. And the odds that I'm gonna go digging into AMP and learn it in the first place aren't super high. I don't have much incentive. I've been a web developer in the past, but it's far enough back that AMP was never a consideration, and I don't feel like I'm going anywhere near web development again, except maybe like if I use Flutter to do it, at which point, you know,
it's and AMP's only for like news. Like, Google doesn't really position it. Like, there's no benefit to like a portfolio website using AMP,
right?
Or like a government information website usually.
Though, you know, you say that now, give it a while.
Yeah. Google could 100% decide like, okay, now, like, you know, Google has a bunch of secret rules that define how highly your website ranks on search.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'll be just like the HTTPS thing, where you know, one day we're just gonna start recommending that you own, or that you choose AMP pages over other things, and then before long they're saying, oh, you know what, this is working out pretty well. Hey, your informational page that's like about I don't know, like an apartment community or something. Yeah, that now it needs to be AMP, otherwise we're just gonna start flagging it. And before long it won't render anymore. I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. Obviously it won't, because that would pretty much end Chrome. But yeah, it just worries me a little that future may not be completely out of the question on a long enough timeline, at least.
Yeah, I did try amplifying my personal website about two years ago, I think, because I had the issue where if you Google my full name, my website was not the first result. It was like on DuckDuckGo it's the first, but on Google it's behind my profile in Android Police, and then some website that like tracks what journalists do, and then like my YouTube and my Twitter. And then it was like my YouTube and my Twitter. You know, the YouTube I haven't used mostly in 4 years, and the Twitter account, that's just where I post memes that have nothing to do with my work. And then I get to my website. So I was like, I wonder if amplifying my website would get me higher on the... No, it did nothing. I was still 4. So I eventually turned that off because it was annoying having to maintain 2 versions of my website that were slightly different.
I wouldn't be doing it either.
Yeah. And again, you'd think I'd be first because my website loads instantly because it's just text and a lot of CSS, but nope.
Yeah, and see, that's what worries me. Even if AMP doesn't become a requirement per se, I'm still concerned that one of these days we're gonna face this is how you SEO now. You have to support our technology, otherwise you may not really ever exist again. You'll just kind of fall off the internet.
Yeah. Yeah. So shifting gears entirely, that those Moto watches, this was weird. So someone only caught this like several months after this report came out, or this investor thing came out. So the company that made the last Motorola Wear OS watch was not Motorola. It was a company called eBuyNow, which licenses other companies' names and makes products with them.
Yeah, such a terrible name.
Yeah. So anyway, they're getting bought by a different company that does that, called CE Brands, and they had a presentation for their investors, basically explaining like what their combined entity is up to for the rest of the year, and the whole PDF is kind of funny because half of it is about like Kodak branded stuff that which is like that has to be the record for like zombie brand that has been abused the most.
Oh god, yeah.
Like I thought, for a little while I thought it might be like RCA, but no, Kodak is just the whatever holding company owns that name has zero shame. They will work with anyone on anything. Like I go to Target and there's Kodak branded TVs. I think there's multiple. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of Kodak branded Android tablets that are all bad.
Corbin, don't you know? This is a Kodak branded podcast.
Yeah, we're sponsored by Kodak. Yeah, so the company apparently is the licensee for Kodak in smart home stuff. So they're working on a baby monitor branded with Kodaks, and my favorite is a air purifier with Kodak. It's so good.
Oh, that stinks.
Yeah. So among all that, they do list that they have 3 Wear OS watches in the pipeline, all using the Motorola name. Unfortunately, I really want a Kodak watch, but that was not meant to be. They didn't say they didn't have like dedicated slides or anything about these. They just showed them on a product map and then sort of generally talked about their wearable stuff. So they mentioned that they're one of the few licensees for Wear OS, which like duh.
Yeah.
No one else is rushing to enter that market.
Yeah, I'm sure I'm sure Google would be happy if there were more, but
yeah, and they mentioned that they work with Qualcomm and other stuff. So they mentioned 3 watches. One of them is supposed to come out in June, and it will be called the Moto G smartwatch. And because Moto G is Motorola's lower mid-range phones, I would assume this is like not gonna have. It's probably gonna be cheaper. Maybe have worse hardware. I don't know. You can't really go much worse than what Qualcomm is currently building. Like, I don't think they have any like Wear 2100s left to sell you.
Well, if I was gonna make any guess, it's that it would just completely lack sensors. It'll be
that's what
no heart rate sensor, no ambient light sensor, nothing. It'll just be a straight up watch with, I guess from the image it looks like 2 buttons and that's about it.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think. Mobvoi has some lower end tick watches, like their lowest end tick watch, like it has a heart rate sensor, and I think that's it. That usually goes for like under $100, so that's not gonna expect much else. So that might do well. And then in July they have a single image for the Motorola watch and they just say Moto watch and 1, so I'm not sure where the and is supposed to separate those. I assume that means
A Moto Watch and a Moto One would be, yeah.
Yeah, maybe, or Moto Watch One. I don't know, but anyway.
Yeah.
So the Moto Watch looks like an Apple Watch. It's square and it's got the same sort of heavy border radius around the sides. The image.
I look at it and I just think the G Watch, the original G Watch, just with no massive bezel.
Yeah. So okay, yeah, and that's what I was curious about. Is that I've wanted more square smartwatches for a long time, because my main use for these is notifications, and you can see a lot more of a notification if the text isn't cut off on all the edges. Like I went back to my G Watch and my Galaxy Live a lot of times, even after I got like the Huawei Watch and other stuff, because I like that form factor. So I'm curious about that. Again, I don't. Yeah, I'm curious if it looks like basically zero bezel. I wonder if it'll stay that way, or if this is just like one of those PR images where they make it look really cool, and then the finished product is like, oh, it's Chunkster City over here.
Honestly, I felt that the moment that I saw the Moto G smartwatch.
Yeah.
I mean, even that image looks pretty good, depending on what the materials are. That it looks like maybe a plastic body with metal, like a metal accent, but even that watch looks pretty good in their picture. And yeah, you get down to the Moto Watch and the Moto One, or whatever the naming will be, and yeah, both of those look pretty decent and premium. Meanwhile, I honestly just don't have a lot of faith that any of these will come out looking like this.
Yeah, like the Moto 360 they made, like, it looked fine. It was just really generic. Like, it looked like it was closest to how the first Huawei watch looked. Except it had maybe a little bit of a different finish.
The original 360 versus the Huawei?
No, their 360, the one from 2019. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what? There's no way they look the same. But yeah, okay, the 2019 one. Sure.
Okay, I'll link that one. I reviewed it. It's in the RambleCast channel. The lugs are a little bit different, but it has strong OG Huawei watch energy to it.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. So and then there's the Moto Watch One, or whatever that will be called, and that looks more like the Skagen watches, where there's not really any bezel around the screen. It's got the lugs are sort of detached, like it's not like they're not like one body,
right?
And so I like those Skagen Foster smartwatches. I have the 3 in that drawer somewhere, and it still looks really nice. So I'm interested in that. And the nice thing about Wear OS is that because Google gives everyone the same package, like, I'm not really that worried about the software, or the updates.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't worry about the updates. I'm not even sure anyone really controls that outside of Google still. Though everybody can still distribute their own custom apps, and that can sometimes turn out to be a problem. Especially with like certain fitness apps and stuff like that. But
yeah, I don't know if they're. I can't imagine they're trying to build. I think when I reviewed it, there wasn't any extra apps. It was just bare bones Wear OS, which is fine if you're okay with Google Fit kind of being in the state it is.
If you care about fitness apps, you should care. You should definitely not accept Google Fit.
Yeah. If you care about fitness apps, don't buy a Wear OS watch.
Honestly,
it's probably not gonna work.
Yeah. If you really care enough about fitness apps on a watch, either, I guess you could go Fitbit. I don't think I'd do that either. Frankly, at that point, you might as well just give in, buy an iPhone, and get an Apple Watch. It sucks to say that. Like, I don't want that to be the standard go-to recommendation. Hey, yeah, sell your current phone, go get an iPhone. That's your only option. Like, that shouldn't be the answer you give people.
Yeah. So that's what we got from the presentation, and then someone later pointed out that one of the header slides had a image of the back of one of these new watches. It didn't specify which one it was. The design shows kind of like that detached lug design, so I assume it's that round Moto 1 watch that it's looking at. But the back does say some of the specs, and it confirms 5 ATM water resistance, which is pretty standard these days. GPS, NFC, which is good, even though that's pretty standard now too. And also, it will have a Snapdragon Wear 4100, which is one of Qualcomm's newest Wear chips. And the only other watch with that chip is the TicWatch Pro 3 or 3 Pro. I'm not sure how it's named. So that's good, but that's also like the minimum of what I would expect if they're releasing a Wear OS watch in July. Like, I think it'd be that's kind of just the baseline. If they try to put a 3100 in there, I would absolutely tell no one to buy it.
Yeah.
Daisy wants out again.
Of course she does.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't feel like I would expect a whole lot from this, just given the manufacturer and everything else. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that I expect much other than this from anybody, and that I think is the biggest catch right now. Is even the best Wear OS watches are honestly just not really motivating.
Yeah. Well, what annoys me is that I wrote up the article when Andrew Police covered the Wear 4100 launch, and I read through all the press stuff they made, and most of what they were talking about was only for the Plus. Like, all the cool stuff is for the Plus. The base 4100 isn't really that different from the 3100. Like,
right.
From what I understand, it's like a little bit faster, but all the big changes that would make Wear OS better are in the Plus, and no one has made a Wear OS watch with the Plus yet.
Yeah,
there's one watch, I think made by some Chinese company for kids that runs like regular Android, and it's like one of those like tracking things that you stick on your kids. Again, for back to the discussion about need to tag my dog, tag the kids. No one's made a Wear OS watch with the Plus yet, and that really stinks. Because the Plus is the one that has like a separate coprocessor that can offload a lot of tasks to keep performance and battery life a lot better when you're not actively using it. And the 4100 has no coprocessor at all, from what I understand. And the 4100 is also the one that has a lot of the performance gains. And the 4100 Plus is also what enables steps and heart rate sensing without using the main CPU at all. So that's what the processor is doing. And also it's supposed to allow, like, Wear OS has the ambient, like the always on screen. On Wear OS right now, that's pretty much just a static image, but with the 4100 Plus, it's supposed to be able to be animated and colored while still like having the same battery life. Yeah, which is really cool. And again, none of that is on the base chip.
So, yeah, again, this strikes me as not surprising. I don't know. I feel like no one's heart is in Wear OS at this stage, which makes it all the stranger that, and I guess I'm kind of hijacking this to open up into the other story. And let's see, that was linked earlier by Beast Slidem. It's 9to5's post about Samsung. It's now, I guess now the best way to say it is, it's not really speculation anymore. There's actual evidence suggesting Samsung is going to be switching at least one, if not several watches back to Wear OS. And it's such a strange turn of events when all of us are saying, even me, I mean, I like Wear OS, and even I'm sitting here saying, you know what, I kind of just don't feel it anymore. But here's Samsung possibly switching back, and we talked about this. Was it I don't remember if it was last week's RambleCast, and when I say we, it might have just been me, or maybe it was during game stream, but you know,
I definitely talked about. Oh, we were on this for like an hour.
Were we? Okay.
The last time I was here, yeah.
Okay, I've had my brain on too many things, but you know, the mere fact that Samsung is going to be switching back in any capacity, it is such a strange turn. I guess I don't understand. And unless there's some reason that Wear OS is suddenly about to like reemerge or blow up, I do wonder a little bit why Samsung is switching. You know, here we are looking at that this random company that's going to be making some watches for Motorola, or under Motorola's name, and yeah, I just keep coming back to the why. Like, what is moving the needle here? Someone's making this decision for a reason.
I mean, you're definitely right that no one's heart seems to be in it. Google obviously has put Wear OS in maintenance mode for, I think, at least 2 years now. There hasn't really been anything. Like, the last big change I can think of is just when they added the tiles, and that was about a year and a half ago or 2 years. And even that was just like, oh, we're changing a little bit about how the home screen works.
Yeah.
That wasn't like we're revamping anything. Yeah, and again, like, the biggest customer for Wear OS is Fossil, which is not a tech company. They're a fashion company, and again, they're not a tech company, and they haven't been. They're usually pretty late to take advantage of new hardware stuff or whatever Wear OS can do. Like, it was a long time before Fossil finally made a watch that supported NFC. I was waiting for that for a long time. I was like, you know, I could really use an upgrade from this Huawei watch. Who's going to be first one with NFC? And it was a long wait. And you know, they just released a couple new watches recently that aren't used, that are still in the 3100. So
yeah,
it's annoying. Austin said, out of curiosity, what is Motorola making themselves these days and not using an ODM? As far as I know, the watches are the only thing that they're sourcing to entirely different companies. Now, I know there is a lot of devices that look like the lines between Lenovo and Motorola have really blurred. There's definitely some phones that more follow Lenovo's design patterns, where it seems like really they're just using the Motorola name and some other team made this. But I mean, also, like, they bought Motorola more than 5 years ago. I don't know the exact time frame, but so they've sort of merged.
Austin says the G and the E were both done by ODMs. Which,
well, I'm wrong.
yeah, Austin tracks his stuff a hell of a lot better than I do, for sure. My hunch is Motorola is maybe, like mentioned, I guess, probably like the Razr and Moto Edge. Though the catch with the Razr, I forget who made the display, but they didn't, they're still buying the display too, which objectively, like the Razr isn't that good of a phone once you factor out the display.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fine. Like I'm not crapping on it. It's not like it's a budget phone with a super expensive display, but it's also, a pretty average phone once you factor out that display. So, Razr does at this point seem increasingly to be the company making the software and selling the licensing or branding, and not a whole lot more.
Yeah.
I don't know that I'd say that's a terrible thing, because I didn't think Moto under Lenovo was really that good of a company anyway. It's not like they were really producing anything worth buying.
No, and all the new G phones are still like flying. So it's not like the quality has been substantially reduced by switching.
Yeah, they're not full dumpster fire or anything. They're certainly serviceable devices, but I also wouldn't say that there's anything that should motivate somebody to get that over, a Pixel device, assuming you don't live in a country where the prices of Pixels are like grossly, inordinately more expensive.
Most countries.
I mean, it kind of is, but the budget Pixels are reasonably priced in at least half of the countries where they're sold officially.
Carson said, "Why is there still no Wear OS app for YouTube Music?" I don't know.
Okay, I'm gonna say this because I genuinely think this is true. While we could talk all day long about Wear OS and how much we think Google and various other companies don't care about Wear OS, I have a different answer, and this is how YouTube operates. YouTube does not give a crap about so many things. Look at Android Auto. Like, Google objectively doesn't seem to care much about Wear OS.
Why can't I watch YouTube on Android Auto, Cody? Explain that.
Okay, not what I was going to go with.
I know you're talking about music, but...
But, yeah, there was no support for YouTube Music on Android Auto for a long time. Like, to the point that everyone said, this is weird. You guys gotta fix this.
So it's we're having the Stadia conversation all over again.
Actually, I'm saying people are staying away from, or that YouTube is staying away from Wear OS just because it's YouTube. YouTube just doesn't care about anything that is not, it's aimed at people watching videos either in a browser or, now that they've kind of been forced into accepting it, they're also okay with people watching in the app. I mean, YouTube didn't even like the app for a long time. Go back in history and do some looking at how many complaints there were about the YouTube app. And not complaints like, wow, we hate how they designed it. I'm talking complaints of, wow, this major feature that's really important doesn't work, and it hasn't worked for like 2 years. That sort of stuff was really common in the app. YouTube just didn't care. And I think that's exactly the situation they're at with Wear OS. I think YouTube only cared about getting YouTube Music into Android Auto only because they finally got forced into it. I think Google as a company finally said, look, you guys got to do something. This can't fly anymore.
Well, it sounds like if you, okay, so you're describing YouTube as and I pretty much agree with this, as an independent entity.
Oh, yes.
And okay, so and objectively, if I'm an independent entity and I look at should I port my app to Wear OS, the answer is no. Right? This is a platform that doesn't have it's not a big user base, and it requires a pretty good amount of development just for this. Like I can't just like throw the Android app on Wear OS and call it a day. So like if we ignore the fact that it's owned by Google and Google should just have all of its services available on everything Google, like it makes total sense.
Okay, I wanted to let you finish. Now here's where I would have stopped you. When you said YouTube looked at Wear OS and made the decision, that's where it would stop you. Because I don't think they looked at Wear OS. And I don't mean that in the sense of Wear OS isn't worth looking at. I mean it in the sense of I think they literally just never asked the question, do we give a crap about Wear OS? Do we give a crap about Android Auto? Do we give a crap about this? Do we give a crap about that? I don't think they ever asked that question, which is why I said, you know, the only reason they finally cared about Android Auto is I think someone in Google said, look, we care about this. We need you to do this. Like, you have to do this. At which point YouTube said, fine, okay, we'll make it work. Honestly, yeah. And they didn't make it work for a year and a half. Like, they added support, but it didn't work for a year and a half. Like, that's how little YouTube cares about platforms that are not the web.
I think they definitely had the Wear OS talk internally at some point only because they have an Apple Watch app. So I'm sure at some point some of the engineers went, hey, what about this other watch thing? And some product mentioned, no, I'm not paying for that.
Okay, that's very possible. I will throw the counter possibility. And this is an edge case, but it might just be that some developers on the YouTube team might be Apple fans and said, hey, we really want this. Do you guys mind if we build it?
Yeah, I believe that. Yeah, especially, you know, knowing Apple's developer tools, I'm sure they built it in like 3 days in Swift and then were able to deploy it.
Yeah.
Whereas the Wear OS is kind of it's something.
Yeah. And hello to Selwonk. Haven't seen that name in a while. Welcome. And yeah, Twitch straight up banned me because I restreamed and talked over one Apple event. Yeah, apparently that was 3 strikes all in one stream. So yep, it happens.
Man, the whole gang's here. It feels like the AP podcast never died. Especially how I'm still here after like 2 hours.
Hey, well, the talking is the fun part. But yeah, anyway, so Selwonk, go ahead and I still need to set up notifications properly, but yeah, go ahead and follow this. I'm still streaming every Wednesday for this show, which we now call the RambleCast, and I also do game streams on Saturday and Sunday most of the time. Slightly later in the day and runs a little later into the night, but yeah. David Lama still likes Twitch better. The thing I like about Twitch is much lower bar to actually like making some bucks. Their subscriptions are such a nicer thing, and I'm so irritated with Twitch over that, but separate topic.
Yeah. I will say though, YouTube has an actual functional website, which is nice.
Yes.
The Twitch website still feels like it's running Adobe Flash, even though I know it's not because nothing I have supports that anymore, but it still feels that way.
Okay, so forgive me for having to say it this way, or for opening this way, but anyone who is old enough will know this. I'm assumed too young for this one, but honestly, Twitch reminds me too much of MySpace. The website.
Mm.
If you ever encountered MySpace, then you saw how people used to edit their profiles, and using the jankiest CSS and all these weird hacks, they would put crap on their page. And I swear, every time I look at Twitch and I see the crappy low res images that people put on their pages, like section headers and everything else, it all reminds me so much of MySpace. It's janky, ugly, doesn't work right. It's like, yeah, it's garbage. Anyway, that's the thing. That and I still hate their chat system. The fact that you can load it up and not see comments.
Oh, that's so nice on YouTube.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
YouTube's comment section or chat section still sucks, but it's 1,000 times better just for that one difference.
Yeah. It looks a lot nicer too.
And David Lama, Tom was my only friend. Tom.
I'm waiting for someone to buy the MySpace domain and restart it as a social network. I know it like still exists, but it's like music focused.
Yeah, it's a band promotion service now, basically. Or at least it was. I don't even know what it does now.
You know what my dream would be someone buying it and then turning it into a Mastodon instance, so I can get the username like Corbin at MySpace. For that, that'd be sick.
Honestly, that would be kind of awesome. I would love to see that happen.
And the bonus points if they change the design a little bit to maybe look a little bit like old MySpace. Not go entirely that direction for the reasons you specified, but like you do some color changing, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
If I had like a lot of fuck you money, that's what I would do. That'd be a fun project.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I'd dig it. Wow, and I know that this is just such a random observation, but one of the news items that popped up on MySpace is that Rammstein recorded a new album during lockdown, and I don't know if anyone caught it, but one of their, I think it was their lead singer, also had COVID during he was one of the earlier to catch it, and it, I think, almost killed him. So cheers to them for turning that around.
The only music news I have been affected by is Daft Punk breaking up.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. I mean, like, they haven't made new music in like a very long time, so it's not like it was a total shock to anyone with the brain. But at some point, Tron 3 is going to come out, and they'll have to find someone else to make the music for.
No kidding. Speaking of not making music in a long time, and just like where the hell did that come from? The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones announce a release. What? The Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, I did not think these guys were still around.
We're going down a MySpace rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, trust me, I'm not sticking around here because the more I look at this page, the more I'm getting creeped out. But yeah, I just like there's so much WTF factor as I go through this. All right, closing this page because this will quickly turn into the Twitter rabbit hole if I keep looking.
Austin said it's been a year since they dropped an album, a year longer since they dropped the bass.
Ooh, fire. So long. Friendster was better. I never used Friendster.
Yeah, I missed out on all these early stage social stuff. I used MySpace for an extremely hot minute.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but I was well after everyone had already left. I was kind of sticking around with it. And I also tried AOL very late into its lifetime, around. I remember using it because I wanted a way to instant message my brother, and we were both using really old, or not really old. It was like a couple years old, deactivated iPhones, and this was before I think it was before iMessage, or at least before iMessage became like, popular. So AIM. I'm sorry, I'm talking about AIM this whole time. AIM had iPhone apps. So I used that for a while. I didn't have like AOL email.
I was just gonna ask, wait, were you like the one not ancient person who had an AOL email?
I'm the only Gen Z with an AOL email.
Oh, just wait. That's gonna be like I guess I can't really say hipster, but that's going to become a new trend. Just wait till that one person you and I both know who I'm talking about that's at AP is going to decide that that's the new thing he needs, and will 100% tell everyone to use his AOL email.
Ooh, Selwonk said I used Trilliant than Pidgin. I tried using Pidgin again like a couple months ago, and if it supported background notifications, I would use it. Because it's so good. But I remember using. I kind of in that same boat. I always use Pigeon, and way before that, iChat for Google Chat. I used Google Chat a little bit.
Oh, so.
And that was back when Google let you use any client. So I could use the iChat app on Mac OS X Tiger to talk to people, and that worked well.
Okay, so I was full OG with the messaging. I was on ICQ early enough that I still had a 7-digit account number, which. Considering how many people were just like making duplicate accounts, like even right away, that was actually kind of rare. Let's see. I never really used AIM. I've installed it a few times, but that was about it. I used MSN Messenger. That was actually kind of a necessity at one of the places I worked, or two of the places I worked actually. I see the mention of MIRC, and there's actually a bit of a story between me and MIRC. First off, I was a hardcore IRC user, and definitely MIRC back in the day, but I'm actually responsible for one of the most widely used anti-attack like security scripts that ever ran on MIRC. Way back in the day, there was this Magic the Gathering channel that I eventually became a mod, and just for my own purposes, we were constantly getting attacked through split server methods, and so in an attempt to kind of try to mitigate that and maybe not lose mod every other day or whatever, I wrote a little tool that would kind of allow a little bit of recovery if we got attacked, and it just kept gaining new features and tweaks and adjustments, and it started getting widely used by basically everybody in the room. And then I left IRC for several years and then came back. And when I came back, I started looking through scripts that people had built up. And I actually started like digging through the code to see what people had written. And I found the like anti-attack script that the most popular script that was out at that time. It was using variable names and still had parts of my code completely unchanged. And yeah, I once I saw that, I was like, okay, I wish there was some way I could actually like prove this is attributed to me, but there's no chance. I was disappointed, but at the same time, like, there's nothing you can ever do about that.
But yeah, no, I was only around for the trail end on some of the big ones. I was mostly a Google Chat person.
Yeah, I use Google Chat a lot too.
Yeah, that was pretty good, you know. And then when Hangouts came out, like, that was an upgrade, but it also stopped pretty much working with third-party clients. You could still connect to Google Chat servers, and it had, like, your Hangouts contacts would appear and you could talk to them, but it did not. But if you were using a Google Chat client, you couldn't do group conversations in Hangouts, and you couldn't do any kinds of calls. So, like, if someone tried to reach out to me and it was in a group message for whatever reason, or if there was some other weird case or minor case, I wouldn't get the notification. So that kind of sucked.
Yeah, I mean, there were things about Hangouts that I didn't really feel like were necessarily upgrades per se. I mean, it was definitely a nicer looking app, and it did have more features. But I remember not necessarily loving everything. I'm trying to specifically remember some of the issues. One of the clear problems, obviously, is it also basically shut out third-party chat apps. And considering they killed the desktop app, that did kill me a little bit inside.
Like Hangouts 100% became a Trojan horse for Chrome, because that Chrome extension was the only way you could ever text on the desktop, unless you wanted to keep a Gmail tab open at all times, or a Google Plus tab, one of those.
Honestly, Chrome's Trojan horse was the fact that Firefox was bloating the crap out of its browser and Internet Explorer sucked.
Oh yeah,
that was Chrome's Trojan horse.
No one minded it at the time, with the exception of me, because Chrome was never released for PowerPC Macs.
Okay.
So, I was on those for well after Apple didn't want to support them anymore.
Yeah, but that's exactly it. You were the exception because
I know I know I wasn't I was still upset about it.
But yeah, anyway, I miss being able to access chat using an actual desktop app. That was such a better experience. I don't like opening a web page so I can hit Hangouts or using my phone. It's
yeah. No, and that's why that's why for a while I had a bridge with my Discord server to Matrix, which is like better IRC, and it's like the open source equivalent to Slack and Discord, because it fully supports third-party clients and you can use native apps, and it's really nice to use native apps when I can.
And why again are we using Discord instead of Matrix?
Because I can't. Because the hosted bridge it doesn't work well, and I don't want to run it on my own server. And also now I'm in like 30 other Discord servers, so I'm kind of stuck.
Yeah, no, that's that's exactly what it is.
It's just the network effect all over again.
Yeah. I mean, I have right now, I have Slack and Discord apps both open. Both of them are memory hogs. Both of them kind of suck. But, you know, what am I going to do?
Yeah. Yeah. And Discord for me is like on the verge of like, I don't hate it. I wish it would be better, but like I can kind of live with it. Like it's like that's probably that is one of the better Electron apps I've come across. Like that and Visual Studio Code, they're up there. It's still using so much RAM though. and like I don't have it open by Daisy's going inside. I don't have it open by default on my laptop because my laptop only has 8 gigs of RAM, and I already have to run Slack and Skype, which are Electron apps, on top of Dropbox and everything else. So, yeah, good times.
I'm shaking my head for a reason. But no, I agree. There is a real legitimate problem with Electron apps and performance, but what are you going to do? Maybe they'll decide to switch to Flutter next. I say that jokingly because
yeah, another cross-platform toolkit that will not run well.
Yeah. Well, I hear Flutter works really well on some things. I'm not hearing the greatest thing about it running on web, but hey, if it can run well in its app states, I'm generally okay with that. I try not to load that kind of stuff on web. Which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I like stuff that I can run where I don't have to keep the browser open. If I need to kill the browser for some reason,
yeah,
I still want to have apps I can run for like chat services and things like that.
Yeah. No, I get that. Like all those people who keep Gmail tabs open 24/7 and have like Slack as a Chrome tab and not like the app. Yeah. I don't like it.
I've got 2 Gmail tabs open 100% of the time. One for my personal, one for AP.
I do have to open Gmail occasionally because I can't like change any of my filters or anything from native apps, but the email app is running all the time. So that's what I use for email.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm surprised you don't use Apple Mail.
Oh God, fucking no.
Okay.
No, I got so honestly, I got burned by Apple Mail, which is the biggest reason I don't use it. But so I don't know if this is.
I've heard relatively good things about Apple Mail, but at one point I did have my mom running Thunderbird on her MacBook because Apple Mail was giving her some issues. She was also using like a custom email server at the time that someone else had set up, so that was part of the jank.
Oh hey, according to an email I just got, I think I'm supposed to get some money in a class action suit because I bought a computer back in 2008. Woohoo!
Nice.
Actually, wait, this is any computer purchased between 2003 and 2008? Yeah. Hey, maybe I can get in for multiple computers.
Cody's like, computers? I have those.
Yeah, and I easily bought at least 2 in that time. Anyway.
I didn't even have money in that time period.
But yeah, anyway. No, so Apple Mail, I know I've gone over this once or twice before, but my thing with Apple Mail, and again, I don't know if it's still doing this, but when you used to hook it to Gmail, if you were in the Apple Mail client and hit the button to delete mail, it wouldn't delete it. Instead, it would archive it. It would just mark it as read, archive it, and leave it in your Gmail inbox. Or, well, not in the inbox, but archived. So now it has no labels associated with it. It's maybe marked as read, maybe not. I guess that doesn't really matter. Point is, there's no way to find it now. Unless you know exactly what to search for, which, fine, you can search for it. But now you have this little tiny piece of mail that's sitting there taking up some space in your account. Well, eventually that one mail becomes 50, and 50 become a couple thousand, and a couple thousand become, holy crap, why is my Gmail account taking 5 gigs or whatever? And like the amount of mail I have in there does not account for this. So yeah, that was the problem. So I ended up taking, I wish I was kidding, it was something like 2 days or 3 days I had to spend trying to clean out all of this old stuff. And the only way I found to do it, which I guess there's now a slightly easier way, but it's still not perfect or correct, but the way I found to do it, you have to search all of your mail based on some criteria and then explicitly exclude every single piece of mail that is in every single label you have. That is the only way that you can get to the archived stuff that is left in your inbox. And
that sounds not fun.
And considering I'm a heavy label user, that was a disaster. I mean, just building out the list of labels took me like a couple hours. So yeah, it's really messy. It's very slow. It doesn't work very well. Yeah, I was furious. And after that, I never used Apple Mail again. Actually, at one point, I even tried to find a way to disable Apple Mail.
Yeah, I can see how you get burned after something like that. I hear that.
Yeah. So anyway, that's why I don't use it. Again, maybe it's fixed now, but if it's not, screw you, Apple. It's like you intentionally did something stupid. And no, I almost started using, there was a legitimate like built for Gmail client for the Mac. I can't think of its name. Actually, there have been a couple. One of them Google bought and then summarily killed. And I guess it was just so they could basically hire the developers. They like what they did, but they killed the product. And then another one came along like maybe a year or two ago. And the problem with that one, or the reason I never got into it, is they were launching it, I think, initially for free, but they kind of said, yeah, at a certain point, we're going to start charging. And it was very obvious they were talking subscription fee. And it's like, look, I want to support what you're doing, but like, how much is this going to cost? And
yeah, that's how like every single email thing is now.
Yeah.
It's a subscription. Because like I get the logic. I get that like a one-time purchase is not sustainable, especially for smaller devs.
Yep.
But also then the equation becomes like, am I getting out of this as much as I'm paying for it?
Right.
And unless you're like unless like your life depends on email, probably not.
Exactly. And also, I think it's just fair to say, the subscription model for software makes a lot of sense when that software needs to update, change, or for whatever reason is kind of constantly in flux. And being an Apple developer, to some extent, that's kind of that is the real world, because Apple changes the OS often enough that developers kind of have to stay on top of their apps. But look, if you build an app and like your development work is done, let's say you spend a year developing this app, it finishes, you put it out, you spend another 6 months fixing bugs, and then you're like, you know what, I got nothing left to do. Like, no new features, no changes. Maybe you do add a few features down the line, but like at a certain point you're effectively done. And I feel like that's going to be the case with email. Maybe they'll have to add and support some stuff, but I kind of feel like once you're done, you're more or less done. And then people are just paying you a subscription fee for indefinite licensing, and that doesn't work.
Cody, I would appreciate it if you stop calling out my Patreon, please.
True enough.
Photostack has gotten like one new feature every 3 months or like 6 months since I called it 1.0, and that's all they did.
Hey, that's something. And speaking of Patreon, if anyone would like to support the channel, there's a link below for Patreon or Streamlabs. Feel free to send whatever you feel is appropriate.
So give me money.
Yeah.
Give me money for my YouTube live streams that don't have good audio mix, please.
Oh, hey, Corbin, refresh. Oh, like it's the worst thing you've got to do today. Yeah.
Thanks, Jitsi.
Like I said, like that's the worst thing you've got to do. Refresh your browser.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, it's almost 8 here, so I should probably go. I have some managerial stuff I gotta do. Got some emails. Speaking of emails, you know.
Yes.
The boring stuff. So, also eat at some point.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that myself.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just glanced at my AP email and saw a really confusing headline, then realized, oh, that's some movie screener. Okay, that's why it's saying words that make no sense in an email subject.
Yeah. Curry says, I see those boxes. Where are you moving to, Corbin? I'm moving to... Yeah. Very difficult to notice the large boxes. No, I'm moving to North Carolina soon. So, excited for it to happen.
Hey,
Eventually.
I mean, really, if somebody saw boxes in the background, their first thought doesn't have to be moving.
Yeah.
It could be that you just went to Home Depot, got some stuff, and came back.
Yeah. I just bought a bunch of cardboard boxes from Home Depot, and I felt like putting them together just to have something to do. I'm so bored.
I mean, you can only make out one box. It could have been that you were building a desk and it had a lot of crap in it.
That's true. Someone says move to Texas where everything is open.
Oh, harsh. I love it.
Remember when the handful of Republicans, like a week before that snowstorm happened, were like, hey, we maybe want to be an independent state. And then like a week later, they're like, please, Biden, give us money. We need money to fix our infrastructure we broke on our own.
I mean, yes, I do remember.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, poor Texas. Which, legitimately, I feel sympathy for the people in Texas. The politicians...
No, they shouldn't have to go through that. Like, someone I work with at PC Gamer lives in Austin, and he was like, I think a week without power and water and that kind of stuff, and that was really rough for him. So, no, it absolutely sucks.
Yeah, though, believe me, I know what that's like. Winter 2 years ago, was it 2 or maybe it's 3 now? I'm not even sure. Yeah, I spent. I don't even remember. Was it a week or 2 weeks without power? An extra week without internet. That sucked.
Yeah.
You know, when you're hopping in your car, driving a half hour to get into any reasonably civilized place, and trying to work out of coffee shops and stuff like that. I mean, I literally was posting teardowns, like from my car, like as coffee shops and bars would close. I would start driving home, get to some shady place, just park my car, finish writing a teardown or a post it over cellular, and it's like, yep, that's all I can do.
Yeah. Yeah. So, sucks for everyone living in Texas.
Yeah.
Not great. So on that happy note,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take off now.
All right.
So,
Well, take it easy. I'll catch you in Discord later, I'm sure.
yeah. All right. Goodbye, everyone.
And let's pop. Oh, hey, what the? How is that broken? Let's fix that webcam view. One of these days. Oh, damn it. Okay. Fixing. Or trying to. Wait. Ah. Oh. Huh. That's really weird. I wonder why. Is this camera at the wrong angle now? Huh. Kind of. Okay. Well, it doesn't matter too much. I guess what I could do real quick, let's fix this by just giving it a massive, oops, we'll just give that a massive crop. Hey, that kind of works. It's not perfect, but looks better than it was. Oh, I guess there's still a little more on the edge I can crop too. Where's our... Okay. Imperfection is the nature of this show. Okay. It is not my kitchen in the background. It is my incredibly messy office. This room has served as storage at various points in history, and it never really stopped serving as storage. One of these days, I very much want to migrate the office to, well, probably migrate the office to a different room in a corner where I'd have a little, about the same amount of space, but it would afford some other options. Either that, or at the very least, just like completely gut this room and start fresh with setting it up and different orientation and different everything, so it'd be a little bit better for recording and things like that. Unfortunately, that requires a ton and a half of cleaning, which I never seem to get around to. I imagine everyone knows how that goes. Yeah, I am in fact keeping embargoed things behind the green screen. Not true, actually. Behind the green screen is unfortunately a closet that is just a mess. And believe me, that closet is one of the first things I'd like to clean out, mostly because I want to turn it into a place to start putting my like any camera gear that needs to be out of the way. However, speaking of embargoed things, the recently revealed and okay, let me pick this up without tearing the box. The recently revealed and announced, and as the show title more than clearly acknowledges, I do have a recently embargoed item here. Let's switch cameras. I actually did get my unboxing setup kind of set up a little bit. So yeah, there we go. Try to push cables out of the way. Let's see, is that in focus? I actually can't totally see. So just gonna pop that open. It is definitely not in focus. Okay. Oh, crap. The settings are wrong. Oh, no, they're not wrong. I'm just so time delayed I can't see it. Okay. Let me switch this to... Ooh, I would love to have a Pixel 6 XL prototype sitting behind that green screen. That would be perfect. Okay, we're gonna pop into that. There we go. Now I'll be able to actually see some things. Maybe I'll make this window a little bigger while we're at it. Yes. Okay. Now focus. And let's put the light on it. Turn down the light because it's actually a little too much light. Man, that green... Oh. Kind of screws up the green screen, but oh well. I didn't have enough time to fully prep this. Oh, weird. As I turn down the light, it also kind of helps with the green screen. Anyway, so this will go pretty quick. There's actually not a whole hell of a lot to unbox, which is kind of surprising. But DJI's first FPV drone. Let's push a few more things sort of out of view. Yeah, the camera or the lens cap can go too. Why not? Okay, so damn it, I want that white cable out of the way, but moving that is going to be near impossible. Okay, anyway, so DJI's first FPV drone. For those who aren't familiar with FPV, this is you've probably seen some of the videos of what FPV drones are like. They are the crazy, like, fly up in the air, up over a waterfall, then go diving back down towards the ground. They fly way faster. Like, if you've ever seen drone racing, FPV drones are usually built on top of racing drones. So, yeah, that is effectively what this is. But imagine a very, for lack of a better way to say it, a very premium version of that. So inside the box, they have a set of goggles. When you're flying these, you are actually flying them fully goggled up, so you cannot see anything in the real world. You are seeing everything through the camera of the drone. And then, of course, the drone itself. Let's see how to best present this. Now, probably just best in the smaller window. This thing, I've been working on the review text already, and the most notable thing I can say about this is it reminds me of like a predator in a movie. The design of this thing just looks almost evil. It looks like the type of thing that's going to go out and hunt down drones or people on its own and kill them. So, yeah, very different from most of DJI's other drones. All of the other ones look just kind of flat and relatively simple and not evil. And then we pull out the big, huge cutout. They, of course, have controller. This is, if you've seen other DJI controllers, this looks very similar. It has the joysticks built into the handles, just like a lot of their other current controllers do. The one difference to this controller is that, or the biggest difference, this here is just an antenna. It is not used for like clamping on a phone. There's no stretchy part. This doesn't pull out or anything. Like I said, your view is completely through the goggles, not through a phone screen or anything like that. So 100% this is just for that purpose. I haven't dug into it yet but I know that you have to also, in order to convert this for use in a full FPV mode, you have to actually pull off, and I'm not going to do it quite yet because I don't know the proper way to do it, but you have to pull this backplate off to modify the directional, or to modify the joystick. Otherwise, right now it's in the like, you pull it down and it bounces back into position, but when you modify them for FPV flight, you actually, when you move them, they'll just stay where you move them to, which is actually really important for FPV use. Otherwise, controls are not that different from what you'd see on a typical DJI drone. Let's see where to move this stuff. Let's see. I already looked. Both of these boxes are propellers. The propellers do not collapse down, by the way. Also, unlike most DJI drones, these arms do not fold. They are permanently fixed in place. Like, the most you can do is unscrew stuff and remove it. You cannot just like casually fold stuff up and transport it, which kind of sucks. Let's see. This box, is this one even worth opening? Cables, manuals, a headband for the goggles, the antennas for the goggles, and a top shell. The top shell, for reference, is this plastic part here. You can replace it with a green plastic shell. It's basically just protection. And I'd say the rest of that isn't actually worth unboxing right now. Like I said, I'm just going to keep this fairly quick because there's not a lot of interesting stuff once you get past the basics. And then this box is for the AC power adapter and a battery for the goggles. So again, not super interesting to take those out. Like I said, I'm keeping it quick. But yeah, so I haven't had a chance to fly this yet. I actually haven't had a chance to fully set it up yet. But I'm gonna take it out probably tomorrow. At least I hope tomorrow. I'm gonna be fighting against weather a lot over the next couple weeks, which sort of sucks. That's gonna be the really irritating thing about, and every drone review I've had so far, I've been fighting against weather, either because of the Oregon forest fires, or one other thing, either because of the forest fires or just generally crappy weather. But one minor notable thing is the battery on this thing. It is a chunky beast. Like, this is definitely bigger than any of the any DJI drone that I've handled before. It's close to the same size as the Mavic 2 Pro, but still bigger. And if you've ever looked into FPV drones, that's to be expected. Like, their batteries are beefy, heavy duty, and not friendly. Anyway, so yeah, like I said, keeping it quick. If there are any questions, let me know. I can probably answer a few things. Let's see. This goes back in. Looking into my camera view to figure out if I'm putting stuff in the right orientation. But yeah, like I said, any questions, go ahead and hit me up. Also, separately, there is the motion controller. So this is a new thing DJI is doing. It's I'm not sure how well this is gonna work. I've seen a few reviewers who got earlier review units than I did. They've all, they've all basically said it's a lot more intuitive than it seems like it will be, and I kind of get that. I'm looking forward to trying it, but at the same time, very curious. So the idea is it is a one-handed controller. You can do everything just purely one-handed with this. When you want to turn, you literally just turn the direction of the controller, or, you know, like turn your body to point a different direction. If you want to strafe, you literally just turn it, you know, let's see. Kind of trying to get this so both cameras pick it up, but I don't know that that's really going to work super well. Anyway, when you want to strafe, you actually can, you just tilt it to the sides. If you want to go up or down, you point it like up, or you point it down. And in order to accelerate, that's what the trigger does. So, you know, you can squeeze just a little bit to accelerate a little bit, squeeze a lot to like really hammer it home. Motion controller has a tilt, like a tilt toggle kind of thing. Record button, a lock button, a mode switch button. I'm kind of demonstrating this poorly, but yeah, mode switch button, lock button. Not actually sure what the lock button does. I need to look at that. And then a big, huge brake button, which this is super cool. This is actually something that's basically unheard of in FPV drones. The way most of them work, they're actually designed so you are in full control. As in, when you press it, you have to actually press up on the throttle 100% of the time, except when you want to fall. If you release the throttle, the drone will fall to the ground, like just straight up fall to the ground. And as you're doing various tricks, as you're operating it, you can lose control pretty easily. FPV pilots are like, almost by expectation, they're going to crash all the time. Anyway, this brake button, the idea is you literally just press it, one press, and the drone is like, whoa, take control, just as quick as possible, level out, steady, don't move. And that's the whole point. Is it is your like safety net in case you lose control, don't know what you're doing while flying. You basically just try not to screw up, but if you do screw up, that is your one immediate, just hopefully you can save your drone from crashing by tapping this button once. And then if you hold it down for 2 seconds, it is the same as saying return to home. And that is also kind of a unique thing in FPV drones. Like most photo drones kind of have a return to home feature now, but most FPV drones don't have GPS. They don't have actually any sensors really outside of just a camera sensor. This has some not object avoidance, but object detection. And return to home is actually fairly capable, or is supposed to be fairly capable, of saying, hey, I know where I took off from, I'm going to return there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to trying this. By the way, pretty much all these same controls are available in the two-handed controller. Yeah, still, it's really interesting that they're putting so much into a single controller. I'm curious how this will behave. But anyway, yeah, so I'm going to be working on this review for the next... I'm giving myself 2 weeks, and I'm pretty determined to actually have the review out, barring weather or complications, or if it's anything like the last review that I published. It takes more than a week to even get the review manager to look at the review. But anyway, so yeah, like I said, if there are any questions, I don't think I saw any. Oh, can I say anything? Am I under NDA? I was under an NDA until yesterday. as of yesterday with the announcement, no NDA. I can say anything I want, as long as it's not untrue. That'd be something. Go on there and start saying, oh yeah, no, I found spy technology. It's doing the whole thing. Yeah, that might get me in. That might go the wrong way, but other than that, yeah, an NDA probably wouldn't make much difference there. Anyway, yeah, and what you see right now is me putting down the random padding that keeps this keyboard from clacking on this table when I'm typing. Anyway, so let's see. David Lama, do I like the FPV? So I've never flown an FPV drone before. So that alone has me... I'm expecting great things. In case anyone's never seen it. Man, I want to pull up a video of FPV flying, but I don't know how ridiculous YouTube would be about that. Let's switch back to solo real quick. Okay. And we'll get that light back on the background, and in a second. Okay, lights back. Oh, this could angle it a little better. Yeah, there we go. I don't look entirely crazy and cracked out. Let's see. Let's find... Who was the guy I just followed? Oh crap, and I can't even look it up there. If I reload the... Oh no, if I reload this page, it'll go crazy. Yeah, we'll just do this. We'll just search for FPV drone flight. And where is... We'll pop back to studio mode. Solo window capture. Hey, good. That's exactly the window I wanted you to be on. Congratulations, OBS. You did it right. Okay, so quickly looking through to see if I can find... Yep. Okay, here's one of the guys that is crazy skilled. So he's got a channel called Nurk FPV, N-U-R-K FPV, and I'm not super familiar with his work, but he's considered one of the best people to learn from. So this is him just flying an FPV drone, obviously. And let's see, we'll skip to a little further down in the video. But the typical point of FPV drones is you can flip them, you can do acrobatics with them, you fly them a lot closer to things because you're expected to have near instant response times. And while this isn't exactly a ideal video to watch because he's more goofing around in this, the point is, if you took any typical photo drone out, you wouldn't be able to do this. You wouldn't be able to land on a moving train. You wouldn't be able to is he gonna fly through the bridge? If he doesn't, I'll be disappointed. There we go. Yeah, if you try doing this with any regular drone, or flipping upside down and going through stuff, you would either destroy your drone, or more than likely its object avoidance would just tell you, no way in hell this is not happening. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff that an FPV drone is capable of. Pop back to there. So yeah, anyway, I'm looking forward to trying this. DJI's FPV drone is, I would say, from what I've read and seen of it, I get the impression it is very much here's the beginner friendly drone. Like, if you're gonna get into FPV, here's a drone that can fly kind of like a Mavic. But if you want to start getting into FPV, there's kind of a mode in between. That's their sport mode, which gives you some of the stuff from FPV, but not all of it. And then once you feel like you're ready, you can go full scale manual mode and just rip it up. And, you know, it travels, like, top speed is roughly double what any of their other drones can do. I mean, well, it's not double. Maybe, I don't know, 60% faster, 70% faster, something like that. But yeah, it's way faster, or can be faster. The camera isn't quite as good. I've already seen that much. It's a good camera. It's better than most FPV drones get, but yeah, it doesn't compete with any of the photo drones really. And more importantly, if you're like super into the FPV market, you would already probably be looking at what they do. Is actually kind of funny. They'll take an action camera. I don't have a GoPro. Most people would recommend a GoPro for this, but I actually have a DJI Osmo Action. But they'll take like a little action camera like this, rip off like the entire outer shell of this, and they'll just use the most bare parts from the action camera mounted on top of their FPV drone, not the DJI FPV drone, but like whatever custom build thing they have. And that's how a lot of FPV pilots actually get their footage. It gives you better footage once you post-process it. Like, out of the camera, it's going to be kind of trash, but post-processing with some of the software that's available is better than what DJI's FPV drone can deliver. So it's kind of a trade-off depending on if you're willing to deal with the other stuff in FPV. Austin, the camera is the same as the Mini. I don't know. I was going to be looking into that further. I got the impression it's similar, but I don't think it's exactly the same. At a bare minimum, it doesn't seem to have... I don't think it has the quad bear sensor that the Air 2 has, which, if anything, it makes it very similar to what the Mini 2 should have. It seems to have the same basic specs, but they're not publishing the specs quite as clearly on the camera. I think they're just trying to not highlight the fact that it's probably the same camera as the Mini, or, well, Mini 2. But we'll see. David Lama, you want to see me do the FPV racing? Look, I think it would be fun, but there's no chance in hell I could compete. That is such ridiculous, like, challenging stuff to do without tons of practice. It would be fun, but just absolutely insane. And if you want to see truly crazy, oh, what is that guy's name? I just learned about him last night. There's this kid in South Korea who, let's see, South Korean drone racing kid. Yeah, let's just search for that. This kid, he apparently spends something like 12 hours every single day practicing, and he gets individual tracks down so precisely that he's actually making, or he's actually controlling the drone before he should possibly be able to see, and faster than what the camera can even produce. As in, like, he's making movements where obstacles are only in the frame for literally 2 frames of video, and he's reacting to them. It's all because he's practiced the tracks and everything like that, so it's not like this is something where he is just some superhuman, but he is also some superhuman. Okay, that's the right type of drone. What is this guy's name, though? I don't know that I'll be able to find it, and it's not really worth hunting. But yeah, anyway, it is bonkers watching some of this guy's. Oh, I know where I can find it. YouTube FPV drone reacts. Would that be right? Okay, this will either be easy to find or completely impossible to find. I'm expecting the completely impossible. Maybe it was... It sucks because I can't actually go into my history right now. If I could look this up in like a minute. But because I've got the YouTube dashboard up on a different account, I don't know what happens if I switch accounts. I think all kinds of hell breaks loose. Yeah, I don't see it when I do a quick look, so this might not. How about FPV reacts? How about pilots react clips? Damn it. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna find this. Oh, wait. Oh. That's, I think, the right channel. Okay, I might have found this. Anyway. So, yeah, it would be a lot of fun to get into this. The only other, or the, not only other, but the obvious big catch to getting into this is it's also expensive. Not necessarily to buy the individual parts, but more that it's so costly replacing stuff, because you're gonna crash, you're gonna break stuff, and you know that starts getting really, really pricey. Okay, this was the wrong channel. Oh, hey, that might be the right. Because he had a video on cinematic drone footage. It's always weird how you can open up YouTube, find something, not even trying that hard, and then never stand a chance of finding it again when you go look. Okay. I found it when I was looking through Matty Apoya's video, so... Come on, pause, YouTube. Damn it. Okay. I give up. I'm giving up. But, oh, wait, no, that was the channel. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Anyway. So, yeah, I'm going to be taking this out maybe tomorrow. If not tomorrow, definitely in the coming days. As it is, I've actually already gone out of my way to, as much as I can already, prep the movie post that always eats up my entire Friday. I've already done several hours of prep for this week, so hopefully I will have Friday totally clear. The one catch, which actually I don't know about, but I should look at the weather. I have no idea if I'm going to be facing like rain come Friday. Oh, god damn it. When you look at the weather thinking, hey, maybe it won't be bad, and then you realize, hey, it's gonna be, oops. Let's see, how am I gonna do this? Yeah, there we go. Let's try. Where's my browser? There's my browser. Okay, does this look right? Yeah, okay. There we go. Yeah, that's the weather I'm going to be looking at for the next week. So Friday, rain. That's wonderful. Exactly what I was hoping for. Saturday, I could go out and fly Saturday. It might just mean I'll be a little late to starting game streams, which half of you guys don't watch, so that's probably not too big a deal. And then rain, at least some rain the rest of the until next, at least until next RambleCast. That's perfect. I love how things work out this way all the time. That is exactly the way I want the week to go. Oh boy. Let's see. Am I gonna do any video content with it? Hopefully. I'm reluctant to say yes, because what I would want to do with it, I honestly need to do at least some, or not need to, but I'd like to do some shooting inside to like demonstrate it and show it off, but I don't really have a good setup for the way I'd like to do that. Again, I need to clean this whole office, which I don't have time to do, but I might try to fit that in. So we'll see. There's a possibility. I would very much like to do that. I want to get the YouTube channel actually going. But until I get there, no promises. But come when I do take this out to fly it, I'm going to put a camera on me 100% of the time. Except every once in a while I might like take the camera and point it at the drone taking off or landing and stuff like that. But in general, yeah, I'm gonna be recording as much as I can, hopefully getting some footage that I can use, and I might turn that into a YouTube video. At a bare minimum, the review will include video. I like video straight from the drone, like capturing the trip and recording what it sees. I don't know how much I'm going to be flying it as an actual like manual mode FPV drone, because I don't know that I've never done that before, so I don't have any skills built up to do this. We shall see. That is a big we shall see. Let's see, the other thing, let's tear this off. Okay, so I actually wanted to, there was another topic I kind of wanted to break into, and this actually comes from last week. Let's see, what do I need to do to capture audio? Let's really quickly kill Slack. We don't need that open right now. Okay, so I'm just going to transition over now. That fine-looking gentleman you see on your screen that is not me is Chet Haas. Anyone who's gotten into any sort of Android development has heard that name. You're more than familiar with him. And he is having an interview with Dave Burke. And when I say interview, it's actually more of a very, very lightweight Q&A. Let's just try capturing the desktop audio. I think that'll work. Oh, no, I would have to do that. Okay. I picked the wrong thing. One more second, because this is going back into our actual, like, on topics. Okay, and all right, I think that's correct. Okay, so I'm gonna pause the music and let's see if this breaks. Hopefully it does not, and hopefully there's no feedback issues. I don't think there should be, but if there are, I will fix, I promise. So really quick, I'm also going to turn the volume down just in case before I do this. Okay. And I'm getting a weird thing where I may be seeing the wrong stuff on my scope, so just confirm to me that you're actually hearing anything. Okay, so why is this not working? Okay, maybe that audio also needs to be up. It should be capturing that, but maybe. Now, how about if I change... Oh, what I should be able to do, I think, maybe if I do that.
We're still working on features. They're flagged off, and then we'll turn them on in beta 1. That's when it gets exciting. So I can't talk too much about it. What I can say is we have a big year planned. There's a lot of cool stuff. I'm very excited about what we're building. Look.
Okay, was that working? Oops. Okay, now I should sound better, I think, I hope. Okay, cool. So I'm actually going to restart from the beginning of this question and answer. Okay.
The focus for today's event obviously is Jetpack Compose, but recently we released Developer Preview 1 for Android 12. So I have to ask, do you have a favorite feature or an area in the release that we're working on, or at least one that you can actually talk about at this point in the release cycle?
Yeah. So I think, look, the first thing to point out is our first developer preview is always deliberately understated. It's really about sort of getting the machine greased up again and going, and the API levels established and whatnot, and sort of bootstrapping developers early. And we actually we have 7 releases, updates to that program planned, and things don't really get interesting till the beta 1. And so typically we're still working on features. They're flagged off, and then we'll turn them on in beta 1. That's when it gets exciting. So I can't talk too much about it. What I can say is we have a big year planned. There's a lot of cool stuff. I'm very excited about what we're building. Even in the first developer preview, there's still some pretty fundamental things in there. We've just added a new ability to do automatic media transcoding, and this has been a challenge for us because if you introduce a dramatically new codec, like let's say HEVC, which is a pretty well now established video codec, and your camera supports it and you record it, and then you go share that file with an app that doesn't support it, you're broken. What do you do? And so we've added in a framework capability to dynamically translate, so apps that aren't ready will still work. And that probably seems simple, but that was pretty complicated. It's taken us about 18 months, 24 months to get that right. So that's in the new release. There's lots of other fundamental things like much richer, copy paste clipboard, fundamental things in the release. But the key point is the most exciting stuff yet to come, and unfortunately can't talk about it just yet.
Okay, so not to call Dave Burke wrong, but I gotta say, historically, maybe it's just my memory that's off, but I remember most of the exciting stuff. Like, not to say that there aren't other things coming, or typically coming, but usually the most exciting stuff really did show up in the developer previews. And what it tells me is this is the first time that they're really saying outright, no, like the developer preview is not that big a deal. Beta 1 is when all the best stuff is coming. I mean, it very literally said that. I think that's interesting because historically, I feel like all the biggest stuff usually did happen in the developer previews, and then beta 1 would come along and we'd see it and go, okay, yes, there's a couple new things that were added. There's interesting stuff here, but like the exciting stuff was usually over once you got past that first developer preview. And there may be more, but typically we just expect it's going to be quieter from that point on. So yeah, that's what I find kind of interesting there. I think they're going to have this may be the first time that legitimately the good part is going to actually come out. Because was it last week? I think it was, or maybe the week before. Like we went over the additions, and not exhaustively per se, but we went over a lot of what was listed, and there were a few items in the list that were significant, but I wouldn't say anything about 12 was really exciting to me. I looked at it and I just kind of thought, all right, it's a fairly typical release. They did a couple smart things. They did a few things that I think, weren't that big of a deal, or maybe were mistakes. But generally speaking, it didn't feel like there was that much. And now if he's saying, no, the developer preview is not that big a deal, forget it. Like, go ahead and ignore that. It makes me question, what do they have? And is this just falsely hyped, or is there more, legitimately more coming? Dave Burke teases surprises for Android 11 and shares the internal dessert name. Oh, yeah. Let's see. The AMP version. Let's see. So, only one more beta before going stable. We thought we knew everything. Yeah, so he basically teased it, and as I recall, nothing of substance really happened after that. Which it's funny that you pull this up. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but yeah, the surprises never happened. So yeah, okay, maybe he's blowing smoke up everyone's butts on this. It's totally possible. But given that so far Android 12 has been pretty uninteresting, I feel like holding out some hope that this might mean that there's actually something or some worthwhile things coming. We already know there's a redesign in the works. We already know some of the other features. Like Austin mentioned, XDA has already dug up a bunch of stuff. Those are all good signs. I'm curious what else there will be. Because, frankly, I tend to think XDA probably did not pick up some of the, at least a few things. Whether or not they got the best of it, I don't know. But I expect there's probably more to come. And then I don't remember what this next section was, but I do remember there was something, at least at the time I had a comment about it. So forgive me, but I'm just going to play through that one too.
Clearly, Android, the OS has gone way beyond capabilities of just phones, and there's all these other device form factors that we're working with. So can you tell us a bit about what some of those form factors are and where that side of Android is going?
Sure. So I'm super bullish on foldable and rollable displays. And so if you think about a really nice foldable phone, I think the first principle is you want the phone when it's folded to be a great phone. So you don't have to open it up. And so you're using it happily as a normal phone. It's great. And then you happen to sit down and you want to, get immersed in content, or you want to do some more productivity tasks. You open it up and now it's effectively a tablet. And so I think it's just a really compelling proposition. So I think then the role for Android in all of this is to how do we take advantage of these dynamic changing screens? Like, how do you have continuity? So you have an app when the phone is folded, and then you open the phone up, and the app continues but expands and gets better. What can we do in the operating system? And then crucially for developers, how do we ensure that we make it easy for developers to build great large screen applications? And so when I think of large screen, I'm thinking of these foldables. I'm also thinking of tablets. I'm also thinking of Chrome OS. And I'm thinking about what are the tools that we can provide developers to make it easy. Jetpack Compose, by the way, is one great example of that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like a lot of what he's saying there, and this goes along well with the conversation that we had in Discord not too long ago. The one I remember the originating comment was Curvy Mermaid said something about foldables are a fad, and I jumped on that, and I agree with that. And I furthered by saying I think rollables are probably going to be the thing that sticks around. That'll be the long-term, relatively long-term solution. And yeah, it's neat that they're focusing on it. Clearly he's interested in this realm too. I don't think this is lip service. In the past, they definitely paid some very, very often you could kind of tell certain engineers, certain people in Google paid lip service to the idea of developing for certain platforms. Obviously watches, you can tell there were some developers who cared about watches, others who didn't. I always got the impression Dave Burke gave zero craps about supporting watches, which could partially explain why Android Wear is where it's at. I would go so far as to say that I think if you listen to how people talk about Android Auto, supporting Android Auto is one of those things where it seems like developers at Google really cared in the very beginning and then moved to just talking about it like it was a passive thing that if you get to it, go ahead and get to it. Otherwise, don't bother. It always felt like lip service when they talked about supporting Android TV. Basically anything that wasn't a phone, at some point in history, it felt like lip service. Supporting foldables doesn't sound like lip service here. He's actually describing the use case. He's talking about you want to use a device in your hand as a phone, and then you want to be able to unfold it or unroll it and have the experience. He doesn't specifically mention what does it look like as it's reshaping, but it does sound like that's one of the questions that's probably being asked. Like, how does it look when you unfold a device? How does an app move? How does it reshape? It does sound like they care about that. And funny enough, he mentions tablets, and it's striking because this may be that one moment where all of a sudden tablets come back into the scene. It's not that I think tablets are suddenly going to become a good market, but ironically, if foldables and rollable phones become popular enough and by their nature necessitate tablet-like interfaces, this might actually be the thing that kickstarts tablet support on Android. Developers will finally give a crap about supporting tablets. David Lama, yeah. Foldable tablets, that is 100% the thing I still want. Because I'll tell you, you know what? If I could take this Nexus 9, wait, is there anything on here that can't be seen? No. if I take this Nexus 9 and could just fold it at this point and this point, give me a trifold, like Z fold tablet that I could just like carry in a pocket or something like that. Like it, my hand can easily grip the size of this. So as long as I can fold along this dimension, or am I saying that right? It doesn't really matter, but you get the point. As long as I can fold it, even halfway would be fine, but in 3 would be incredible. If I could fold it like that, that changes where I take this. That changes how I carry it, what I'm going to do with it. That's a lot of stuff that really suddenly makes tablets interesting again. Austin, if Chromebooks don't save Android tablet support, you're not sure anything will. Except supporting Chromebooks sucks. And no developer wanted to do that because supporting Android apps on Chrome sucks. Yeah. I kind of thought that way for a while too, but I honestly, I think developers just care about phones. And it's not like I think that this is going to make an immediate difference. I don't think it's going to matter until the point comes along where either developers themselves, like a large portion of developers, have foldable or rollable phones, or more than likely, it won't happen until the point comes when the average, let's say 15 to 20% of the market is foldable or rollable phones. If all of a sudden the market hits foldables, rollables at 15, 20%, and enough people are actively asking for it, that'll be the difference. And I think I'm gonna quickly fix this music. Yeah, there we go. It should have been the Galaxy Z hamburger fold and the Galaxy Z hot dog fold. Interesting. But yeah, and it's not that I really care about Android tablets coming back. That matters absolutely nothing to me. But I am curious at the prospect, and I think it'll be interesting if suddenly the developer or the Android team, the team that's building out the platform for developers to use, I'm curious if they're suddenly going to have to start caring about tablet support again. Because it's not like they ever completely stopped, but they never really improved it after a certain point. Tablets just very much became the extra thing, and I don't feel like they cared after that. Let's see really quick. I need to figure out what the hell's going on with the webcam and why it's giving me such weird positioning. Just about to... Okay, I guess I can... At least we can do that. Yeah. Oh, but that still causes that weirdness. Okay, so transitioning back here, but I need to fix the crop. Wherever that is, right in here. Okay, so I think that fixes that, and if I move... let's... Okay. There we go. A little better. So yeah, I do have some moderate amount of hope that this is actually going to turn into what could be what could actually be a good revolution for what Android development is like. So it could support screens of better sizes, or not better, but differently sized screens properly, because it was not good through the entire history of developing for tablets. Developing for tablets on Android has just generally been a mess. Anyone who worked on apps far enough back to have dealt with fragments, especially in their original form, oh god, it was a mess. It was terribly implemented. It was confusing. It wasn't well documented, and a lot of stuff was just generally broken. It seems I know some of that stuff has been fixed, and I expect a lot of it to get better, especially if Jetpack Compose has been improved correctly. I don't know. I haven't had a way to test that, but we'll see. Anyway, yeah. My general point is it is interesting to see that Google seems to really be doing a lot of talking about foldables and rollables, and I think that is interesting. Also, I certainly wouldn't consider this confirmation, but it really does feel like that this I guess I don't think they'd be hyping it up this much if there weren't probably going to be a Pixel phone coming up in the relatively near future that is foldable and or rollable. And when I say near future, I expect end of this year. It certainly could be next year, but I feel like they're talking it up enough. They have to have something in the pipeline, which again, means either this year or next year, but I'm feeling it's probably this year. Okay, Austin. Opening that tweet. Oops. Need to get onto the right window. Okay. April. World first 1-inch mobile camera sensor. The IMX 800. Interesting. I mean, they could be saying that about just about anything, but that gives hope. The catch to a 1-inch sensor, which, as anyone could guess, the really big catch to a 1-inch sensor is it doesn't fit behind that lens. You cannot, like, there's no way that you put that whole sensor behind that little tiny lens right there. So you need a bigger lens. You're likely to need, well, not likely, you're pretty much guaranteed to need a thicker body. I'm really curious how they plan on doing this. But yeah, it's going to depend on a lot of stuff. It's going to depend on so much stuff. I'm not sure how they'll pull that off. The one thing I question, I guess what I would ask, what are the possibilities that 1-inch sensor has absolutely nothing to do with a smartphone? It says mobile camera sensor. It doesn't necessarily exclude the possibility that this has nothing to do with going into a smartphone, or maybe it would be an attachment on a smartphone. I mean, for years, people have talked about it. If you guys were listening during the original Android Police podcast, you remember me talking about the most exciting rumor I had heard one year was that, somewhat ironically, Motorola was rumored to have a add-on, like an accessory that you would plug into the back of the phone or attach to the back of the phone somehow, and it was supposed to have a camera mount on it. And the rumor, which was ridiculous, the rumor claimed that the camera mount would come with that this would be its own sensor, and it would come with a mount that could support, I think, Canon lenses, but then it also had an adapter. Maybe the mount itself just had it was just designed for adapters in the first place, something like that. But the idea is you'd be able to basically take your phone and attach a real camera lens, like, no questions asked, put on a camera lens. It basically, your phone becomes a point and shoot. The whole screen of your phone is now your viewfinder, which, I mean, it's how camera apps already work, so that wouldn't really be that unusual. What I question is, will that sensor actually be built into the phone? And if it is, how thick are they going to make that phone? That, believe me, is a massive question. Because just to even fit the optics over that, you'd have to have I feel like for a 1-inch sensor, I think you're going to have to make a phone probably about 17 millimeters ish, give or take. you would have to nearly double. Is that right? I think you'd have to nearly double the thickness of a phone, like our average phone, in order to put that on there. Because the optics need to have space for light to travel. And without that, it just wouldn't work. So what I'm picturing is if you're going to release a 1-inch sensor for use on a so-called mobile device, what you're going to be doing, you're going to have to do something kind of like this. I'm just holding up the Osmo Action against my phone, and this is obviously thicker than what it would actually be, but you'd have to have some sort of an attachment or adapter where the camera sensor lives inside of this part, and you're just attaching it to your phone so you can use the phone as your viewfinder. So, you'd treat it like a point and shoot, basically, where you just hold up your phone, kind of try to orient that so it looks like it's roughly, it's going to be cockeyed no matter what. But yeah, this is what I imagine that experience to be like. You're going to mount that sensor on the back of your phone and, maybe put lenses over it, or, I don't know, just basically anything, but you're going to have to give it more space to breathe, basically. Austin, it's crazy if they can make that work without using a modified lens system. That no matter what, again, they can't do it with this lens. It is a 1-inch sensor. The angles of incidence would be bonkers. At a bare minimum, you would have to have, just to even begin to do that, I think the smallest lens you could put on that, probably 2/3 would be about the right. That seems wrong, but I think somewhere in the neighborhood, a sensor would have to be about 2/3 of an inch on the diagonal in order to even begin to do that. And even then, you're doing a pretty severe fisheye, I think. If that's the case, you're even that, what I'm describing right there. So I could be off on a bit of this, but imagine to put that over a 1-inch sensor, which you're not going to get the full diagonal out of that, but you'll get close. Imagine this lens, it's going to have to be about 2/3 of an inch. So we're talking about, actually, maybe I should, now, if I pull off the back, that doesn't really make it more visible. What about one of these other phones? How about this? Would this be an option? Oh, yeah. Perfect. Okay, so I'm totally going to use an Apple phone for this demonstration. But, chintzy, tiny little lens. You guys see that. You know how. Here, let's do this. Okay, so this lens. Now imagine for a second you wanted to make that appropriate for a 1-inch sensor. That lens would have to be about that big. From fingertip to fingertip, that's roughly how big that lens would have to be in order to fit a 1-inch sensor into something this size, give or take. You'd probably still have to make it a little thicker. And here's the messier part. That lens would have to stick out. It would be a bubble. It wouldn't be something you could make flat, because it's going to have to capture at least some angle of incidence in order to bring in surrounding light and actually direct it correctly. So you're also talking about a lens that's going to stick out. You don't have the right lens for this anywhere nearby. Anyway, point is, it's going to be a bubble-shaped lens. Think about those in a phone. Who's going to buy that phone? Now, I could be wrong on some of this. I don't think I am. More than likely, I'm just a little off in my estimates. But this is still going to be not something that fits easily. It very likely finds another form factor. Samsung's Galaxy Note 2 is 1/1.12. Okay. So that's rounded 0.9 inches. Are you sure it is? Galaxy Note 2 camera. Or wait, not 2. Wait, was that supposed to be 20? Oops. Galaxy Note 20 camera. Because I feel like you can't have been talking about the Galaxy Note 2 for fairly obvious reasons. Okay, I'm skimming down. We'll even transition over. What are we looking at? Ah, okay. We have a link. Okay. Dual Pixel Pro technology utilizes blah blah blah. Staggering HDR solution. Okay. GN2. The 1/1.12 inch ISO is a highly versatile image sensor when it comes to image resolution, blah blah blah. Okay, so this has nothing to do with a Galaxy Note. Oh, wait. This isn't even in anything yet, is it? Okay, because this article just came out February 23rd. So I'm assuming this hasn't made it into a phone yet, correct? All right. And just skimming through here. Okay, so this isn't actually in anything yet. They say it's currently in mass production. Okay, so let's see what this goes into. The Oppo Find X3 will be the first. Okay. I don't suppose... Just out of curiosity, let's find out. Specs renders leak. Okay. Yeah, fine. We'll go to GSM Arena for this. Okay, well, that's definitely a camera bump. Also, another thought occurred to me, but I'll come back to it in a second. So, Interesting camera bump. It's the same bump we saw in the first leaked images. It will allegedly be made up of a 50 megapixel main camera with f1.8 aperture, OIS. Oh wow, I didn't even consider OIS on that sensor, because it's not that OIS adds a lot, but it is going to take up a little bit more space. Okay, nothing else really significant there. Main camera, 50 megapixel, ultra wide shots. One. Is it possible? No, probably not. If it's a 1-inch sensor. Okay, well, yeah, let's come back to that. Okay, this is not the same. Okay, or maybe this is the same. Just a different layout. Okay, and that definitely isn't the same. Okay. That layout doesn't really gel with the theory I'm about to throw in, but really quick, one bizarre but plausible explanation, because a 1-inch sensor, I mean, still physically, a 1-inch sensor is going to take up a pretty large amount of space. Having 3 cameras tightly packed together like that makes me wonder how they're planning on doing that. I can see 2 possible explanations. Okay, so one of them is one of those lenses behind it is not actually the sensor, but rather a mirror that, good, I'm not revealing anything. A mirror, actually that's kind of perfect though that it's reflecting the light. And that mirror then bounces an image to this mirror. You can kind of see that reflection happening there at the perfect angle. Yeah, like that. And that mirror is then bouncing it into the sensor. That might give them enough space. And then they can correct for distortion in software. But that's still going to take a lot of space. Not as much necessarily as just a lens over a sensor, but it would make sense. The other possibility, if this camera bump is reasonably thick, and we're talking thick, like little perverted sort of thick. What the hell? I just looked at my Twitter mentions and some account from Daily Dev is like being a real thirsty well, I'll show you in a second. Yeah, I'll show you this. This is weird. Okay, so yeah, I've got multiple pings from this hello from Daily Dev saying you have 2 comments on this article that I wrote, and they're trying real hard to get me to come visit their site. Sorry, I saw that I had 7 notifications on Twitter, and I got very curious. Which, does this at least link out? Or are they possibly straight up stealing from us? No, it links out. Okay. Weird. So yeah, that's a shameless site. Can't say won't necessarily look into it, but still a shameless site. Yeah, anyway. Okay, so my other theory, and I don't have a good way to demonstrate this necessarily, but maybe that 1-inch sensor is actually behind that entire camera bump. Nearly 1 inch, it's 0.9 inches. Maybe all of it is behind that camera bump, and one of those lenses is projecting an entire image onto the sensor, and the other two lenses are actually designed to point to the same sensor, but when that sensor captures, or when the phone is capturing an image off that sensor, it's only reading in the pixels that those particular lenses are targeting. That seems unlikely because I think that would screw with other stuff, but it would be an interesting solution. You'd have to find a way to block light coming in through the other lenses, so that's definitely not ideal, but I could see it working. But man, nearly an inch on a sensor. I mean, even 9/10 of an inch is a pretty large surface area for a sensor to sit in a phone. If like bumping it up another all the way to a 1-inch sensor, that is so big. Interesting, but I think the lens would need different Z values. I mean, yeah, they would, but depending on what's behind them, because these are just front elements that we can see, but whatever's behind that front element, they're going to be getting different results, or different builds that accomplish whatever they need. Nevertheless, I would love to see what the physical stacking is going to look like, because it's got to be bonkers. Anything where they're supporting a 1-inch sensor, or anything close to a 1-inch sensor, that's going to be really, really big. And it's going to require engineering that goes beyond just simply sticking a few pieces of glass directly in front of a lens, or directly in front of a sensor. So I will also quickly call out, and this is that classic thing every photographer will tell you: the glass matters more than the sensor, or the camera rather. One way or another, they're going to have to start really focusing exclusively on improving those lenses, because we're reaching the point where you can't keep faking it in in the software without improving the lenses more. I feel like, I don't think they've taken their post-processing magic as far as it can go, but I do think they've pushed it pretty far, and they're going to have to do more with lenses before they can move too much further with what you can do with software and maybe some better sensors. Without getting into the topic, I was actually watching a video just, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. It was covering how some cinema cameras are actually capturing a better image because they're shooting in lower resolution. And again, I'm not going into this topic, but it compared the Blackmagic Pocket Cinema Camera 6K versus a few other cameras, and they all look really, really good. Like, they're all fantastic cameras. But as it compared, a lot of the higher resolution cameras were not really, they weren't getting as sharp of an image. They were technically had more resolution to crop away, but once you started zooming in, they typically came out fuzzier anyway. And they actually came out fuzzier than a camera that had been shot at a lower resolution that was cut to the same frame. So, you know, again, higher resolution doesn't necessarily matter, but the size of the sensor is still going to factor in pretty heavily for light collections. So we'll see. Yeah. Look up metal lens. All right. Okay. Let's see. Transforming optical sensing. Oh, what are our banner images going to be? All right. Not helpful. Okay, I'm not sure what to look for. Let's dig into mobile devices. Okay, so 3D sensing applications, meta optics, advantages for both single lens and time of flight, or wait, SL? I'm not sure what SL is here. And time of flight relative to conventional solutions. Meta optics can improve system level signal to noise ratio, blah, blah, blah. Structured light. That's what it is. Okay. All right, interesting company. Products and imaging lens or illumination optics. Did you link to these guys a couple weeks ago? Because it sounds or it looks maybe familiar. Okay, this doesn't share much. Be nice if they actually showed something. I mean, not just the inside of their factory and a couple of pretty pictures, but actually showed, like, you know, very literally, here's a big ass lens, or not big ass lens, but here's a lens, a tiny little lens and a thin arrangement all over top a big ass sensor in a phone. I know they're not just going to show that. That would be the goldmine image, but I am very curious because the whole problem there is, damn it, they even had that. They had the perfect image. Yeah. Okay. So either one of these images kind of displays the point, though arguably I'd say this one's probably the best at it. Imagine each of those discs being one, or not one, but a whole set of lenses. Because smartphones aren't just a single piece of glass separating the outside world and the sensor. There are multiple pieces of glass that typically adjust and modulate the angles of light. So what it's doing here imagine this is just the very rear element of the glass. The thing is, the angle that it's firing that light into the focal point, which is that bright point in this, it has to fire that at an angle that can then basically still be recovered. And if you're firing at too sharp of an angle, rather, you will get massive weirdness in your image. You'll get bad distortion. You start losing focus. It gets a lot harder, and it would not be easy to process it. This is why I'm saying that the lens is still going to have a certain size to it. There's no escaping the physics of it. The larger the sensor is, the larger that lens effectively has to be. Their flat lens would be revolutionary. They have a white paper floating around. Interesting. I might look it up. The other possibility, which it obviously wasn't mentioned in any of this stuff, but there's also the curved sensors. Now, I personally am skeptical of what curved sensors will be able to do, but they do solve that the angle of light issue. A curved sensor that is set up sort of like a satellite dish. You'd be able to put much shallower glass into that situation and still produce a good usable image. I don't know that they'll necessarily do that. That's optimistic, but that would work. Kind of. And that could get it down to a smaller size. But yeah, I'm still I'm picturing in my head lens shapes. This is how far it's gotten. I'm drawing in my head how you would have to design a lens. I don't have any experience designing lenses, but I can at least picture what the front and rear elements would have to be shaped like to pull this off. If you've got concave, I think it's concave, a concave sensor, then it makes sense to still be able to have a lens the size of a normal smartphone lens. I still don't see it happening with a flat sensor like you get with most smartphones today. Imagine the 3D depth capabilities, not a curved sensor, that would be awesome. Or of a curved sensor, that would be awesome. Yeah, the 3D capabilities of a curved sensor would be amazing. Potentially. Very likely. And there's a lot you could do with that. Especially if you're using like a quad Bayer sensor and you're able to capture you're able to capture maybe alternating light patterns in very rapid succession. That could give you actually some bonkers results. Yeah, I'm picturing a lot of stuff, but I almost want to drag out Photoshop and start drawing shapes to try to come up with something, but it would be hard to do. Suffice to say, I'm skeptical that a 1-inch sensor is going to fit in a smartphone without requiring a larger camera bump. Maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like I feel like we're still a little ways away from being able to pull that off effectively. But maybe we'll see. Let's see. I'm quickly looking at the post you linked in Discord earlier too. Metal lenses at visible wavelengths, diffraction limited focusing, and sub-wavelength resolution imaging. Interesting. Multifunction planar optics. Sub-wavelength resolution imaging requires high numerical aperture. Yeah. Extremely high, actually. Which are bulky and expensive. Metasurfaces allow the miniaturization of conventional refractive optics into planar structures. We show that high aspect ratio titanium dioxide metasurfaces can be fabricated and designed as metal lenses with numerical aperture of 0.8. Diffraction limited focusing is demonstrated at wavelengths of 405. Wait. Diffraction. Okay. With corresponding efficiencies of 86, 73, and 66%. Metal lenses can resolve nanoscale features separated by sub-wavelength distances and provide magnification as high as 170, or a factor of 170, with image qualities comparable to a state-of-the-art commercial objective. Our results firmly establish that metal lenses can have widespread applications in laser-based microscopy, imaging, and spectroscopy. So, microprisms, basically. That's kind of what I'm getting out of this, is microprisms. So, it is the equivalence of... The best way to explain what I'm picturing and what I assume is the actual intent behind... Yeah, the intent behind this last image. So, make sure I'm actually framing that up right. So I guess in theory, what they might be trying to do is each of these spots. Now, this is kind of in reverse because each of those spots that's on that disc is likely supposed to be, yeah, that looks about the right layout. That it's likely meant to resemble an actual camera sensor. Anyway, now reverse the concept of that image. Instead of that being a sensor, it would be basically the same as saying you've got a bunch of little tiny microprisms that are all taking in light and just directly bending it back to another source. I can see how that works, and it would shrink. It would shrink a lot of yeah, I can see how that could work. It's just really weird. You're trading a lens for basically a flat surface of prisms. So yeah, okay, I can see it. It's weird as hell though. I like that. 3 weeks later, Cody, here's a Mobius sensor I drew up. One of these days, that's probably gonna happen. Yeah, believe me, I wish I had access to some of the crazy crap that sensor designers work on, because I bet honestly the technology that smartphone companies have had to come up with in order to accomplish some of the ridiculous crap that they are doing. Imagine how much like lens designers for regular cameras are looking at all of this and going, oh, we're screwed if we don't come up with something pretty amazing. Let's just start using all of this stuff on our own. Like, I will be blown away if there isn't lenses and camera sensors coming in the near future that start making use of this stuff in a camera this size. Like, if people aren't popping up and shooting I say this somewhat jokingly, but also seriously. If people aren't able to shoot, like, I don't know, let's say a 200 or 300 megapixel image at some point that is way sharper than any camera we've ever had, I'll be shocked. And don't get me wrong, that image would be awful to use. You could not realistically use that. It's not editable. Well, 200 megapixels is fine. Go up to 500 megapixels. You can't edit that on a regular computer. You'd need to distribute it across like a dozen computers to get any sort of editing done in even a few hours. But man, in theory, we could start doing that. We could definitely start doing that. Let's see. Anyway, I think I'm gonna call 15 minutes because I think I've more than talked to death the camera angle, but I am curious. Anyway, yeah. Are there any other topics? Is there something else interesting going on? Because I don't know how much more there is to dig into. But yeah, I am curious what these guys are going to be doing. I'll leave that open. I'll try to get to that tomorrow or maybe tonight. Maybe I'll read that while I'm charging up the DJI FPV. Oh, that's not good news. I hadn't heard about this. The SpaceX Starship SN-10 explodes after successful takeoff, flip in the air, and landing. So I'm assuming that this was a very unintentional. Okay, yeah. So it goes up, it reorients its rockets, and then starts. It exploded due to a possible methane leak. Yikes! Everything else that thing did right, and they've got a methane leak. Oof. Also, if that was David Lama saying "gotta," maybe that meant "gotta go." If so, I probably already missed you, but take it easy. So here we go. This is the image we're looking for. Okay, let's back that up. Yikes. It bugs me that people are laughing at that. You guys can't hear the audio. Yeah, trust me, you don't want to. It's terrible audio, but whoever recorded that was like just out. There were multiple people just straight up laughing. That kind of sucks. They shouldn't be laughing at this. One of these days we're all going to be hopping on one of these things to escape what's left of the earth when Trump runs again in 2024. Oh, hey. That's a cool. Okay, going back to the beginning on this. So it was coming down horizontally, uses rockets to bring itself vertical, and it's steadying out. Looks like it's coming down. Yeah, that looks pretty well landed. And then right about now, it should pop back up, right? Oh, okay. Doesn't show anything else. So, but still, evidently it landed and then blew up. That sucks, but that's also amazing. Well, congrats to SpaceX in so much as things went bad, but still good. Sort of. Yeah, anyway. Also, and what is... I'm still very confused about this daily dev thing. What is this? Dear developer, our mission is to serve all the best programming news you'll ever need. Yeah. This feels very much like I wrote a simple website that just styles a bunch of stories that got culled from wherever. A lot of posts from today. I mean, that's something. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I know that this is maybe not the thing to take away, but let's see. If I search... Oops. If I search for Flutter... This seems wrong. This site is linking out to our post on Flutter. Honestly, there were a bunch of other sites that covered it, and like ours was just I'm not going to call it a bad post. It certainly isn't, but it's designed, like, my very intent for the post was very high level, very lightweight coverage, more of a hey, here are a few of the new things. This is probably the biggest news. Now you should go read all of the other news, because the other news is a bigger deal. Like, or not a bigger deal, but like, there's so much of it. There are a ton of details. So, you know, ideally somebody should just start with ours for the simple context, and then get into reading the stuff that actually matters to you. Still, there are other sites that covered this announcement, and it seems weird that they picked ours to feature. What's under recent? What would happen if I actually search for Flutter in here? Are we going to come up with like 1,000 different sites? No? Yeah, this site is definitely built from a kit. It's doing staggered loads in such a familiar way. This is pulling, like, somebody built this site using like some pre-made code. Okay, there's our post. Who are you? Oh, TechCrunch. Okay. Yeah. I'm not sure that I'm gonna bother paying attention to this site. Because this is something not everyone's gonna know about, obviously, for perfectly rational reasons. But, oops. I didn't mean for that to open the page. I wanted to go into their comments. But at the... No, where was it? I guess link through, yeah. On this page, it's asking people to claim ownership of their articles. Yeah, there are a number of sites that kind of follow around journalists, reporters, bloggers, whatever you want to call any particular person or group. Some of them are kind of like just trying to get attention on them, and they're trying to use any of us that they can get to sort of give them that attention. Or they're even trying to build out like contact sheets and stuff like that. It can get kind of weird and creepy. Others like Muckruck are kind of just they're kind of just they're basically what I just described, but a little bit more credible about it. They're a recognized site that has sort of built up some reputation as being quasi-credible, but honestly still a little iffy. And then there are some sites that like Tech Meme, where their focus really is actually on the news, and they just try to let writers know that they're linking out to their stuff, or they're promoting their stuff in a certain capacity. This looks like it's very much in that first group, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm not seeing much in the way of follow-up comments. I don't know what else to talk about, so I think it's probably just about time to wrap. I will note, yes, as this tweet points out, the SpongeBob movie opens tomorrow. If you are still a SpongeBob fan, and I guess that would be a thing. I honestly don't know. I've never watched SpongeBob. But if you're into it, it will be streaming on Paramount Plus, which I believe was CBS All Access previously. I might have that wrong, but I think that's what it was. So yeah, they're trying to rebrand and relaunch their streaming service. And SpongeBob is literally, no joke, their actual launch title. They're super into the idea, apparently, that this is how they're gonna draw people in. Austin, too many streaming services. Hell yes, completely freaking agreed. Too many streaming services. Oh, you know what? I better close this, because letting that video play on this is probably going to get me a copyright strike. Even a temporary one where they remove it later. I may as well try to avoid doing that. I don't want to trigger whatever stupid crap goes on with them. Anyway. And when I say stupid crap, I just mean like algorithms catching stuff that they shouldn't or weren't intended to. But anyway, damn it, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, too many streaming services. There really are. I've complained about this to some friends. Like it was one of the jokes I know I made a few years back, when at the time it was Netflix, Hulu, Amazon, and I think at that time it was just being talked about that a couple of others wanted to get into the scene. And I remember, I certainly wasn't the only one to say it. A lot of people said it. We were all worried that what the end result was going to be is everyone and their mother was going to have their own streaming service. Now we've literally hit that point where, let's see if I can find it. Yeah, Strum or Stroom. Actually, I think it's Stroom. We've actually reached the point where a garbage network, Stroom, well, I say garbage, I don't know what it'll be, but they're trying to be an aggregator for streaming networks. They don't stand any chance of getting any big names on board. Like, they're not going to get a Netflix or an Amazon Prime. They're not going to get CBS All Access. But they're trying to be the go-between for all these like little micro networks that have small catalogs and, you know, big aspirations. I so don't see this working out, but I also don't see those little networks succeeding on their own. And that's the perpetual problem, is the streaming networks are just never ever going to be profitable when there are literally hundreds. Not even an exaggeration. We're now into the hundreds. So yeah, I don't like where we're at. We're obviously, there's going to be a course correction, like the market will fix this, but I don't think it's going to fix it fast enough for all these companies not to waste tons of money and just fail to get their stuff out there in the way that it needs to. Can't decide if you should hold your Netflix stock or not. Once half of these services fail, they're either going to go to Netflix or Amazon. So first, yes, I completely agree. I don't think it's going to be as simple as that. I have a feeling that we're going to see at least a few of them getting... I think, honestly, Disney is going to buy up a few of them. I think we're going to see Netflix buy a few of them, and Amazon too. That's the thing. Almost anyone who exists out there who's doing anything that's almost worth money, but not quite, they're all worth enough money to produce filler content for any other streamer. But I wouldn't write off the possibility that a good portion of them are going to see the writing on the wall before they fold, and then they decide to partner. At which point we might see... At that point, we might see something sort of like... Imagine if all of the little tiny cellular networks that existed, say, 10 years ago... Because realistically, let's be honest, there aren't any left. But, you know, if we go 10 or 15 years back, when we still had the big four, and they were actually the big four at the time, and even you could even say like the big 5 or 6. If all the little guys had partnered up and put their stuff together, they could have actually done pretty well. And I could kind of see that happening here. All of the little tiny companies that they don't have enough by themselves to compete and draw the attention of customers, but maybe together, if they partner up, split their money to advertise and the profits and everything else, I could see it happening. It would be kind of like if a bunch of beer companies all said, you know, we can't compete with Anheuser-Busch. They have so much money to buy the best store shelf location, and they're creating all these different variants so that they can force out, or they'd have an excuse to take up more space on the shelf than we can possibly compete with. Let's all join together. We'll keep brewing our own beer separately, but let's all join together so that we can, as a group, make sure that our stuff gets better product placement. Our advertising can all push several brands at once, and so on and so forth. Like, if they start doing that, they'd compete better. I could kind of see that happening with streaming networks. It's, I don't know, maybe a long shot, but it's, honestly, I think it's a lot better than crap like Stroom. I think because Stroom sounds like it's just going to have a really expensive model that purports to save people money, but in reality it's just going to cost like triple what you would pay any other streaming service to watch the same amount of content. And as far as your stock, I'm no professional. I'm not giving stock advice. But if I were to give stock advice, I may have already bought something, and you should buy it too. I'm kidding. I have not. But that would be 100% on par with what we've learned people do these days. Tell everyone else to buy a stock, and then sell. Oh, so anyway. Yeah, we'll kill that. Yeah, that's whose face I thought it was. I'm not going to talk on this. You can clearly just see the headline. I'll just say, if there was a comedian that I thought was possibly going to be charged with this, that's kind of who I would have guessed. Just saying, he kind of has the look. He kind of seems to have the personality. You mean shouldn't trust Redditors with your life savings? I mean, I wouldn't trust them with your life savings, but if they have a bridge, you buy that. You buy that bridge right now. Oh, hey, look, I got another comment. Are they seriously going to spam me every time there's another comment? I bet they are. And I bet half of these, well, no, that one's real. I was going to say, I bet half of these comments are bogus, just like put in there by a bot, but that one is at least contextually right. I'm going to be real pissed if these guys spam every single time. I'll block them, obviously, but that's not chill. All right, anyway, so I think I am done for the night. I need to start charging up and configuring, updating firmware and everything else for this drone. That is going to be consuming all of my night. The entire freaking night. I'm expecting this to eat up, yeah, all of my night, probably most of tomorrow, unless I end up writing something, because I need to try at least to, probably not an FPV flight, but I need to get out there and at least start doing a little bit of testing. Oh, and I need to, one thing I forgot to mention, the simulator. I'm going to have to also try to run the simulator and see if I can get a little bit of practice with what it's like flying FPV in that, because I don't want to break this thing, especially not on the first flight. So I'm not going to start off with FPV mode, but I would like to get there. And so I'm going to have to do several flights just practicing different stuff before I can competently begin on FPV mode. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to have to update some firmware, get some stuff set up, and we'll see where it goes from there. But you guys will very likely be hearing at least some about that in game night, if you come join me for that. Have you ever been sitting too long and then stretch, and it's just the greatest feeling ever? Anyway, yeah, so Saturday and Sunday, assuming the weather is as crappy as it looks, I should be gaming as normal. And I will likely have at least a few stories to tell of flying the drone. And then come Wednesday, hopefully I will have even more things to say. We'll see. But with that, thanks everyone for coming to join, being part of the conversation, chatting with me, giving me something to babble semi-coherently about. I will catch all of you guys this weekend or in the next RambleCast. I hope you all have a wonderful week. And with that, good night, everybody. As I find my outro card. Oh, anyway. All right. Good night, everybody.